Pat O'Donnell & Co Limited was founded in 1970 with an initial staff of 3 people and the agency for Volvo construction equipment. Today the company employs over 120 people in branches in Dublin, Cork, Galway and Portadown, and is Ireland's leading supplier of heavy machinery and construction equipment. Pat O'Donnell offers unique customer care. 3 out of every 4 members of staff are involved in after-sales services. The company's primary supplier is still Volvo after more than 30 years and has expanded its product portfolio to include Rammer and Bobcat.
We at Lynch Hotels are very delighted to be involved in this production, which we believe is very worthwhile. Over the last 34 years, we have developed a strong relationship with Clare GAA, and this can be seen by the many activities that happen at our hotel, the West County in Ennis. We wish Clare GAA all the very best in the 21st century.
Lynch Hotels, proud supporters of Clare Hurling, now with 12 hotels nationwide to choose. From Castlebar to Galway, from Tralee to Waterford, your choice of great value packages is bigger and better than ever. For reservations, call us on 065 68 23 000. Lines open 7 days. Or book online with our new website, www.lynchhotels.com. The Clare Champion, delivering the news since 1903. Hurling has always been a special part of life in Clare. The successes of the Loughnane era in the 90s proved that the Clare hurlers could compete with the best and come out on top. The Clare Champion has had the privilege of covering each and every game of that period, and we look forward to reporting the successes of many more campaigns in the years to come. The Clare Champion, delivering the news since 1903. Barrack Street, Ennis, County Clare. M. Donnelly Industrial, Tulla Road, Ennis, County Clare. In our Ennis branch, we supply power tools, fixings, engineering tools and general hardware, mainly to the construction and engineering industries and also to tradespeople and end users. We are stockists of Milwaukee and Panasonic power tools. We also supply workwear, safety wear and signs, along with many other items. At M. Donnelly, we also have a plant hire company. We hire diggers, dumpers, compressors, diesel mixers, generators, along with many other items associated with plant hire. M. Donnelly Industrial, Tulla Road, Ennis, County Clare. City West Hotel, Conference, Leisure and Golf Resort, Saggart, County Dublin. City West Hotel has presidential suites, executive rooms and meeting capacity for up to 6,000 people. A large leisure centre, a pool and 2 golf courses designed by Christy O'Connor Jr. City West Hotel.
Seldom, if ever, had Croke Park seen such an outpouring of emotion as after the 1995 All-Ireland Hurling Final, when Clare won their first All-Ireland title in 81 years. Even though Clare had produced great hurling teams in every decade since the GAA was founded, Munster and national titles were a rare commodity. Since their last Munster Championship, the county had lost the 11 Munster finals they had played up to 1995. In the period from 1987 to 1990, Clare had been beaten in Munster by an average of 16 points in each of the 4 years. Few could have predicted the change in fortunes of the Banner County, as evidenced in 1995.
There'll be tears of joy if they can do it. Look at this. James O'Connor, scorer of just 1 point so far from 7 or 8 chances.
But if Jamesy puts this over the bar, I don't think he's going to be too worried about the ones that have gone by.
Absolutely not. And he's done so. Jamesy's second point. I'm sure there's a loss there tomorrow in Clare in St. Flannan's, and Clare are just about to win. They've won. Clare have won the All-Ireland. What a victory. A tribute to determination and no little craft. Well coached by Ger Loughnane. He told us at half-time they'd do it. He said they'd win the Munster. They did. Eat your heart out, Biddy Early. Clare have done it by 2 points, 113 to 2-8.
The arrival of Tipperary's star of the 1960s, Len Gaynor, to join with Bishop Willie Walsh and Tony Kelly in guiding the team brought significant improvement in their first campaign against Limerick in 1991, even if defeat was still their lot.
Tommy Guilfoyle here, one of the point scorers for Clare. On his left-hand side, nicely directed, and it's curled in. A lovely point from a huge distance out, 65 metres out easily. Tommy Guilfoyle's second point of the match, and Clare go in front. Comes off Cyril Lyon's stick. Oh, and Michael McNamara has been injured there. Mike Houlihan hitting onto that one. Meanwhile, the other Mike Daffy has come in, taken up the pieces, and he's put it over the bar. And so Clare hit the front once more. Michael Daffy, the scorer. James Shanahan beating the would-be challenge. Mike Rail trying to go across and keep that away from Mike Daffy. Rail trying to provide the ball inside for the half-forwards. Reaches Pat Heffernan. Heffernan doing well, rounding John Chaplin. Kieran Carey on his left-hand side, and he has put it over, nicely struck.
In the distance was the faint hope that you'd win a Munster Championship, because the Munster Championship was so big, just that maybe you'd be lucky that if you played for Clare for 10 years, you might win a Munster Championship. But all of those illusions were quickly shattered. First of all at minor, twice at under 21, and then repeatedly at senior.
That wasn't to say that there was great times. I mean, people enjoyed getting to the finals, and I suppose we became used to losing, that we became great losers.
I found throughout the county that people in general were very low about Clare, and they were very downbeat about the whole scene. They thought there was no chance ever again of Clare rising. That was the first impression that I got.
Pat O'Rourke will take the sideline ball. One of the more pleasing aspects of this match so far has been the performance of so many young new players coming along, former star minors and under 21 players. Very healthy sign for the game. Mike Daffy didn't hit it well. Instead it's another Mike Houlihan, who's closed down by Tommy Guilfoyle. Strong shoulder out to out to Val Donlan. Donlan hitting it well, and he's put it over. Finally getting his first point of the game at a useful time in the contest, with about 4 minutes to go to half-time. Mike Guilfoyle running through the centre to Daffy. Hitting it low, and Tommy Quaid's beaten. It's a goal! A goal by Daffy. It's come with 8.5 minutes to go. Oh, what a late finish we're going to have now to this one.
It's a very good goal by Michael Daffy. Just gathers it here onto his right hand. It's a low, hard shot, always difficult for the goalkeeper with the hard ground. I think Joe O'Connor puts Tommy Quaid off there, and it bounces into the net, and it's going to be a very close finish now, I think. I know Val Donnan is now playing out on the middle of the field here, and I thought maybe this was something Clare could have tried. He was getting very little of the ball into him, and he's a player they were looking to get a lot of scores, but the ball simply didn't come to him, and I thought they might have brought him out a bit earlier.
Daffy, the goal scorer, across the face of the goal once again. Drops down here. Hit in, and Tommy Quaid sees that one go over from Cyril Lyons. A point They were looking for the goal.
We came here with a young team, a lot of them their first time in Munster Championship hurling, and it was an awful ordeal for them really. But they came through with flying colours. I was very proud of them there today. We were in that game right to the finish, and Limerick were slightly better overall in the second half there, but we were in the game right to the finish and we could have snatched a draw there coming near the end.
I mean, Linganer had done a lot of work with them. You could see the progress they were making, and definitely they were much more up for the game than the year before. I think they kind of dropped their heads the year before against us, but this year it wasn't the case. Even though we went to think of 7 or 8 points up, they still came back at us. So you could definitely see the difference in the team.
Clare also lost to Waterford in 1992, but in the first round against Limerick in 1993, Clare at last were steering a winning course.
After the previous year's expectations weren't very high, and I think just on the day things happened to go right for Clare. There was a lot of new lads there that were new to Munster Championship, and I suppose they had nothing to lose. They threw caution to the wind, and we surprised Limerick that day. Limerick would have been favourites for that. Even coming up to Ennis would have been, they would have been favourites. But on the day, Clare played well and put up 3-16, which was a good score.
Houlihan takes the free for Limerick, well in there towards Gary Kirby, broken down again. It's the fullback who is Anthony Daly, clearing his lines out towards the middle. Missed by Tobin, not so by Mike Houlihan. Pat Markham for Clare, getting it away. Nice shot, high and over the bar. Pat Markham, the right half back, on his championship debut, gives Clare the lead after 4.5 minutes. The wind was behind him and he made the most of it.
Yes, indeed, and Pat Markham, as you said, you're a young player coming into the Clare side. They have a lot of young players on the side today, and that's a brilliant point from a long distance out, and that'll give them a lot of confidence and maybe help this game settle down again, as there's been a lot of needle, and let's hope it'll get some good hurling in the next few minutes.
As Clare go into the attack again, and over the bar it goes. Another fine score. This time it's Ger O'Loughlin, the substitute, coming in, making his presence felt, and all the scoring has been done by Clare.
Well, Clare certainly tagging on a few nice scores now, and Stephen Sheedy just has a shot in here, knocks it in high to the area, and it's blocked up by the Limerick defence. But substitute Gerard O'Loughlin latches onto it very quickly, watching for the loose play, scores a lovely point from that'll give him a bit of confidence.
Brought down by Pat Markham. He's got one of those points earlier on. James O'Connor has discarded the blue helmet, number 12 there, just watching to see if the ball comes his way. Declan Tobin for Clare, up into the corner towards Ger O'Loughlin. O'Loughlin trying to take off, hooked by Brian Finn, gets the ball forward nonetheless towards Stephen Sheedy. Low pick up by Sheedy. The shot is good and it's over the bar, and that's a 5th point for Clare. Stephen Sheedy from Clare Castle getting his first point of the day, and it's 5 points to 1.
Well, again, good play here by the substitute Gerard O'Loughlin, who's posing Limerick defence quite a few problems. He's blocked down here but manages to get inside to Stephen Sheedy, who's a big strong lad, and scores a good point off his left hand. And again, a good point for Clare, and they're doing quite well at the moment.
That free is taken by David Fitzgerald, getting great length into it again. Everybody waiting inside. It's Cyril Lyons who's got it. Lyons with the shot, and Lyons getting the goal. What a start for Clare this is. Only 17 minutes gone, and Cyril Lyons with a goal and a point to his credit. Breaking through the hands there of Declan Tobin, picked up by John Chaplin for Clare. Defence turned into attack, and again it's Ger O'Loughlin. Sparrows on his way inside the 20-metre line, trying to hold his footing, looking to try and swing the stick. Cyril Lyons there as well. Another goal! What a first half of goals, and 2 of them for Cyril Lyons, this latest one after 24 minutes. It's a game of 4 goals so far, 3 of them to Clare.
Again, another high ball into the Limerick defence, and Gerard Loughlin, this substitute, is certainly posing some problems for Limerick defence. I actually thought he'd overcarried the ball here at one stage, and just here I might see it. Maybe he was fouled, even he couldn't do anything about it. But tries to get the shot and breaks on the ground. And again, Cyril Lyons, just a low ground shot, no chance for Tommy Quaid.
Andy Garvey again knocked only as far as a Clare man. Declan Tobin, the player involved. Good high shot, and it's gone over the bar. Well, they've got the appetite for this game, Clare, no question about that. And Declan Tobin, the midfield player from Éire Óg, has got the score. Very strange type of championship match this, lacking a bit of urgency at this stage. Gary Kirby now advancing. This is Tobin going forward.
Again inside towards Shane Fitzgibbon, struck at the goalkeeper, and a goal by Pat Heffernan results. Well, that strange kind of feeling may now be broken by that Limerick goal and Pat Heffernan's score, which has come 9 minutes into the second half. Just what the game needed. Down towards Cyril Lyons, Gerald Loughlin, a match winner if ever there was one, against Anthony O'Riordan. That's a great score by surely the man of the match here. Brilliantly put over there. A goal and 5 points by Gerald Loughlin. Well, what a player to be able to bring in off the bench after just a couple of minutes, and what a great score.
Yes, indeed, Gerard. And this fella, I mean, he'd be short odds to win the man of the match at this stage, because I've rarely seen a player come into a game and perform so well. And the confidence he's shown in taking on the Limerick defence. Again, this isn't an easy chance, and it's a vital stage of the game. Scores a beautiful point.
Cyril Lyons picking it up. I think it was Ken Morrissey, incidentally, who got in the way of that last driving shot from Gary Kirby. But it's Owen Cleary who carries it on. Tommy Quaid coming out, 3:16 to 3:12. Were Limerick to have got a goal there, that would have been just a point in it, but they didn't, and it finishes with Limerick out of the championship. Clare the winners by 4 points, 3:16 to 3:12. And they did the business in the first half, where they had a 13-point lead at half-time. It's a rare Clare win in the championship.
The team is beginning to form and develop and mature mentally as well as physically. I was really strong about beating Cork. I felt it in my bones that this would be a big step for the team, and we had them fired up and we had them in good shape. And of course Cork were a bit complacent, I suppose. You know, Clare wouldn't be seen as serious contenders.
Cyril Lyons out there. Will he provide a handful this afternoon, or prove a handful for Sean O'Gorman? This is the Sparrow, Gerald Loughlin, looking for an equalising score, and he puts it over the bar. That's a great start. Gerald Loughlin just getting the better of John Considine and firing over the equaliser.
Well, very good play here by Gerald O'Loughlin, who was a super sub against Limerick when he came in during the game, and steps inside Jim Cashman there and scores a lovely point from the third angle.
John Chaplin. Another mighty one by Chaplin. Gerald Loughlin trying to keep the ball in play, but breaking it down only for the Cork number 2, John Considine, to come and take it. Kicking it out of danger. Watching it all the way over there. Gathered nicely by Declan Tobin. Is this a better one? Yes. Declan Tobin, the midfielder, gets a second Clare point, and there are 2 between them. 15 minutes gone in the first half.
Yeah, again, kick clearance here by John Considine, doesn't get any to get distance into it, and Declan Tobin reads the play well. Steps aside his man, and Clare aren't getting much change out of the Cork full backline, so Declan, I think, opts for what is a difficult shot, but strikes it very well, and it's a first-class point.
And John Fitzgibbon, not unexpectedly, is top of the left. And it's the man at top of the right at the other end who is most significant now, and that's gone across the face of the goal. It's a great save by Ger Cunningham from Jim McInerney. McInerney is disappointed, but Cunningham produced the reflex save. It goes for a 65. John Chaplin going for a point this time, but the tall frame of Cunningham is in there, and the goal is going to count, I think. It does. Clare get a goal. Ger Cunningham put under great pressure. Cyril Lyons maybe the one who touched it over the line. We'll see in the replay in just a second, but Clare have got in front.
Well, Clare will feel justice was done after Ger's brilliant save prior to that. In these conditions, there's always a chance that the goalkeeper will drop the ball. And here you see Ger has it in his hand, but just drops it, and the Clare corner forward comes in and knocks into the net.
Much more akin to National League conditions than the Championship. But it's all a bit of a lottery, and I think I said earlier, Shawnee McCarthy now at wing back fires it forward, where John Russell is gaining in confidence. The centre of Clare's half-back line, and he's put it over the bar, and the Banner County goes in front again. John Russell from Éire Óg in Ennis, the point scorer.
Yes, this is a very good play by John Russell, centre back. As I said a while ago, Clare have had a succession of wides, and quite bad wides at times, but this is a first-class score from a long way up by John Russell, showing the forwards there how to do things, and just gets inside the post.
PJ O'Connell. O'Connell the substitute across towards Jamesy O'Connor's wing. Been marked in this half by Shawnee McCarthy. It was Jim Cashman trying to get in a challenge there. Now Gerald Loughlin, the star in Ennis, made a better angle for himself, and he's put it over the bar. That's a delightful point by Gerald Loughlin. his second score of the game, taking it on the end line, then making a better position for himself, and he ties it up again. But Clare lead by a point, and it's PJ O'Connell. Knock forward, Jim McInerney coming in. Good chance this. And it's stopped by Joe Cunningham, and it's not gone in. The ball has gone in the back of the net, and it's Fergus Toohey, the substitute, who scored it after a great save by Joe Cunningham. 24 minutes into the second half, and Fergus Toohey has scored it. Cunningham made a marvellous save from Jim McInerney, but Toohey was on hand to apply the finish.
It's great play by Jim McInerney, who gets inside the Cork defence here. You can see him, he's on the end line, but dodges back inside John Constantine there, hits it off his left hand. Great save by Ger Cunningham, but Fergus Toohey following up, misses it first time, but actually kicks it in or goes in off the defender, I'm not sure.
Well, it's a real check on the state of your heart if you're a Clare man or woman. Anthony Daly again, but this time dispossessed by John Fitzgibbon. Inside 15 seconds to go, not including injury time. Brian Lowen coming across here, taking this one for Clare. The shoulder by Ger Fitzgerald. John Fitzgibbon in there, right on the end line. Whistle is sounded, free out to Clare. Anthony Daly triumphantly with the hands in the air. We're in injury time. 3 points between them. Len Gaynor, the Tipperary man, will hope to lead his side into battle against Tip at the beginning of July in the 1993 Munster Hurling Final. There were those who were saying it was his last game against Limerick 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Well, Gerald's great defending again by Clare there, and certainly the Cork forwards have failed to make any impact in the second half.
It's all over, and just as in 1981, the reigning league champions Cork have gone out in the championship to Clare. We saw a fantastic display by 15 Clare men. The Cork backs were magnificent, but the forwards didn't do the business on the day. And it's the Clare supporters who come in en masse on a venue where they beat Kerry in last year's Munster football final. They make a date with Tip in July.
The county had high hopes for the 1993 Munster final, but were overwhelmed, some would say humiliated, by a rampant Tipperary team.
Tip were flying at the time. We didn't realise that they were so good. I didn't realise they were so good until that day. You know, they played tremendous hurling. They just swept us one side. Physically, mentally, every way they had it over us. You know, we weren't, I realised at that stage that we weren't fit enough even for that game, you know, and that was my fault. I just hadn't them up to that level.
It's going to be Declan Carr who'll take this sideline cut. Tipperary playing it at their own pace right now, very much in command. Illustrated by that goal from John Lahey. They really looked the masters, and ominously there are only 12 minutes gone. Well, Clare will surely consider making some switches fairly soon, but they've been beaten in so many parts of the field it's difficult to know exactly where you start the reconstruction. Jamesy O'Connor, can he provide another score? Angle is tight, but he's got another one. Jamesy O'Connor starting very well here against Ramey Ryan.
And again, Jamesy O'Connor's second point he scored today. He takes on the ball here, and Clare need plenty of effort like this and more determination. Strong tackle there by Ramey Ryan, but gets around him, and again from a very difficult angle scores a lovely point to his left hand.
And all those Tipperary scores have come from play. Conall Bonner. The Tip side in charge just about every department. John Chaplin winning this one, firing it in. Clare needing a goal badly just to stay in this contest, and they get it! That's a bit better. Jim McInerney, and I think it's Jim who's got it. He got a goal in the last round as well. Oh, that will rekindle expectation among the Clare fans.
And again here you see good play here by the Clare defence, and high dropping ball into Tipperary full back line, and the ball breaks. Jim McInerney stands back, does the right thing, whips in the first time, and takes a good goal.
Inside it comes to Fergus Toohey. Colin Bonner there with Michael O'Mara down towards Declan Ryan. John Lahey, so brilliant in the first half, and he's got another point. An outstanding display this afternoon by John Lahey. I make that a goal and 4 points of Tipperary's tally that he's contributed.
Well, again, you can see here Lahey here, Jared. He's the key man for me where Tipperary are concerned. When he plays well, the whole team seems to play well again. Lovely point from a good distance out.
There is ever the danger that Clare, if they bid to push forward, will leave those gaps for players like Michael Cleary and John Lahey to avail of. Len Gaynor, who's worked so hard with the Clare team, watching what he hopes will be a renaissance, and there's another goal! A Clare goal, and it's Cyril Lyons who scored it. Well, they may not have goals from the penalty, but 6 minutes into the second half, Len's team are coming back. 7 points the difference.
Well, you see here, high ball into the square, and it's a tremendous catch by Cyril Lyons. Under pressure here, it's a great catch. Actually loses Hurling in the process, pulled out of his hands, and quite legitimately kicks the ball into the back of the net and takes it very, very well.
Michael Ryan showing they play a lot of football, and indeed, of course, they're going for the double. They've got the Hurling beating Clare very, very convincingly indeed by double scores.
I think it was about 18 points we were beaten by on that day, and people came with so much hope. Clare thought there was a resurgent of Clare hurling, you know, and all this, and now to be hammered by Tip in the Munster final was way back again.
I'll never forget it, never, and it's probably one of the points that drives me on most in hurling now. It drives me on big time. When we were down, they just kept wanting to beat us and beat us and beat us, and just the attitude that day of the players when they were beating us, it wasn't nice to experience. Like, we trained as hard as they probably trained, and things didn't go right for us, but they just seemed to be so arrogant on the field. I just said to myself, never ever again is this going to happen.
On that occasion, Nicky English came on as a sub, and we were, I think, about 14 or 15 points up at that stage. And I think, like, we had Anthony Cross playing full forward, and we had every forward had played well on the day. And when Nicky came on, then he was under pressure to play well to make his place for the next day. And like, it was a kind of a laugh that Nicky English was under pressure, such a great player. And I think we were kind of getting at Nicky more than we didn't mean to get at Clare at all on the day, but it just probably looked like that. And it was just one of those things that backfired on us the year after.
A few new guys came in, Brian Lohan, Anthony Daly, Sean Macklin was only a 19-year-old, and you know, they amazed me with their, you know, I suppose the fact that they were young and they hadn't really played that much championship hurling, that, I mean, they had nothing in their mind but to beat Tipperary. I mean, I remember Sean Macklin standing up at a team meeting in the 2 Mile Inn and literally banging the table with his fist and saying that today was going to be our day, and that for a 19-year-old was a testament to the man he turned out to be after, I suppose.
We felt like it could be our year. I mean, what we were, even, I mean, I remember meeting Anthony Daly even before it, and we were even saying, like, at least we've broken the Tip Cork thing, and it's nice for a change to see Limerick and Clare in the final, which is where we were looking at as well. Like, and it was nice while it was clear, like, we wanted to win it, it would still be nice one of the two of us to win it for a change. So really building up to, like, we definitely felt confident of doing it, but we were definitely wary of Clare, the way they had beaten Tipperary. We knew there was no way it was going to be as handy as before.
Stephen Sheedy trying to tie up the match. Off the stick of Joe Quaid, and the sides are level. Level for the third time in the game. Stephen Sheedy's first point. Gerald Loughlin started like this Clare team so prominently. They get the free in. Cyril Lyons, will he go for a goal here? And he gets it! The only goal of the match so far. Cyril Lyons, the substitute, coming in from that free. All coming so late though, 27 minutes into the second half. They just have caught a deflection on the way. And in it went. John Roach, number 18, trying to dispossess Brian Lohan. Shortening the stick to get it just as far as Jamesy O'Connor. Jim McInerney having come way out the field now, in towards Cyril Lyons, touchdown towards Gerald Loughlin. Busy last 7-minute spell here now by Clare, trying to do something about the scoring imbalance. McInerney comes in, fired in by PJ O'Connor, stopped there by McDonough. Cyril Lyons again, and there's another one, and it's Tommy Guilfoyle. Another late goal. Third goal in the championship for Tommy Guilfoyle, first today.
Well, he'll feel a lot better, so will Clare, with this late flurry of activity. But I don't think it's enough to deny Limerick. That's where Cyril Lyons hit it in. Tommy wasn't marked, and in it went.
Clare had some fine wins in Munster, but sadly for Len Gaynor, the Munster title still eluded the county, and a new management team of Ger Loughnane, Tony Considine and Mike McNamara were given the job of building on Len's achievements for the 95 season.
It's been a long time coming. Mike Houlihan, one of the stars, has made it happen. Gary Kirby here, another. And it's all over, and Limerick win back the Munster Championship.
I suppose the first priority when we did take over was in building up the players and in building them up physically, to also build them up psychologically by putting them through very hard routines in the depths of winter, in the worst of weather, and see who would survive that. And then putting them out in league games in January, February and March when they were really tired from that training, and see how they would perform. Middle of March that year, we came in here, Cusack Park, to take on Tipperary in a league game. Tip having exactly the same forwards as they had in '93 on the day that they trounced Clare.
Loughnane really started to put it up to us that day, that like if we weren't going to start standing up to the teams like that, we'd no hope of making the major breakthrough come a Munster final. And he certainly had us psyched up for that game, and I think we kind of surprised Tip with how up for the game we were, and it was a robust enough game. Now it was rough enough early on, but I think we were determined to say to them that we weren't going to be brushed aside by them on the day, and we won that game, and it was a big boost to us, I think, at that stage of the year.
Following an intensive winter training campaign under Mike McNamara, the team reached the league final in May against Kilkenny, evoking memories of those epic league giants of the late 1970s.
Fergie Toohey now, first of the Clare subs who came on. Good ball towards Fiji O'Connell, who's moved into top of the right. Back there is Pat Dwyer. This comes out as far as James O'Connell. They need a score, and he provides it. First member of the half-forward line playing for Clare today to score. Bill Hennessy to cut it. Right across the goal in towards DJ Golden. Down Rory Morrissey, a goal! 23 minutes into the first half. A goal that's kind of come against the run of play. But suddenly Kilkenny are right back in it, trailing by a mere point, and it came after this sideline cut was swept in there by Bill Hennessy, missed by a couple of players, but not by Eamon Morrissey, and he drilled it home. Young Dennis Byrne, who stepped in from the under-21s this season. The National League has been won by Kilkenny. In the end, very convincingly. That's their 9th league win.
And I remember Liam Hennessy was the captain of Kilkenny, and he came out, we were going out to the car afterwards, and he came out with the cup and he threw it into the boot of the car, closed the boot and drove off. And I was just looking and said, if we had that cup going home tonight, there'd be pandemonium all over the county. But as it turned out, we were lucky we didn't win it, because that celebration, it might have been an end in itself if we did win it, and the fact that we didn't was actually good for us long term, even though it left supporters totally disillusioned.
Following the league final defeat, many Clare supporters didn't even travel to Thurles for the Munster semi-final against Cork. Those who did were well rewarded.
There is John Chaplin. A clearance out of defence by Liam Doyle from Bodyke and Clare. Good ball downfield towards Gerald Loughlin. The Sparrow puts Clare in front after just 2 minutes play. Well, he was originally omitted from this side, but gets a call up because of hamstring trouble for Eamon Taff. Getting great length into it. That's the Sparrow once again against Jim Cashman. Strange to see Jim play at cornerback. Great block down there by Brian Corcoran. Comes back, however, to Fergal Hegarty. Good looking shot, and it got the range, and it's over the bar. This is a wonderful start by Clare. Peter Smith trying to stand his ground, getting support there from Fergal Ryan. Partly blocked down by Ollie Baker. It's fast and furious at times here. Jamesy O'Connor. Good darting run forward by the teacher from St. Flannan's, avoiding the hoop, putting in the shot and sending it over the bar. Jamesy O'Connor
Everything went wrong in the first half. We were playing with the wind, we had plenty of ball. I think we had 16 or 17 wides in the whole game, most of them in the first half. And at half time it looked as if, well, the nuts were loose on the wheel in the wagon. Whether they were falling off or not, they were very close to it.
Cork, you'd be so much in awe of them, right? For the first half an hour, like, they'd be up maybe 10 or 12 or 14 pints, like. And you'd maybe realise about 5 minutes coming up to half time that these fellas weren't that great at all, like. And you'd start to hurl them. Lo and behold, you go out in the second half then, you'd hurl them and you'd have them score for score. And you'd be doing a kind of analysis of the game afterwards in your own small way, and you'd say, geez, if we could only play the first half again, like. You realise that these fellas weren't that great. But they were coming from a platform of, they were going to win the game, they got out with an air of confidence, they travelled well, they were sort of, they had a cut of dash about them. And to a certain degree, we were intimidated by the organisation maybe and the professionalism.
The Sparrow for me was something else too. He was a poacher, and if any team has a Sparrow, you're on a winner if you have a Sparrow.
We'd get out of Dan Cunningham's Volkswagen car, and there could have been anything earlier from a bale of straw to a calf in it, right? You'd get out like you had no bag that time for your gear or anything like that. You had a pair of boots with the towel stuffed into it, right, and the fecal socks, right, and the hurley. You'd be then just getting out of the car and the Cork team would arrive. The Cork team then would hop out of this. They always travel in big black Mercedes.
I became secretary of Clare County Board in mid-1990, and I think I would always have seen it a priority that you look after players, because after all it's the flagship of your county.
Here's Gerald Loughlin turning just Jim Cashman this way and that. He may well have the beating of the corner back. Here's PG O'Connell. O'Connell trying to get inside. For once getting the better of the fullback, and he's put it over the bar. First point since moving to full forward for PG O'Connell of O'Callaghan Mills, and all of a sudden Clare have edged their way ever so much closer to Cork. Again Clancy, he's done well since coming out under the 40 against Brian Corcoran, who was dominating earlier on. Jim Cashman back there, trying to take it up on the stick, leaves it behind to Gerald Loughlin. They look for the equaliser, Clare. Here's O'Loughlin once again. The hand pass outside. Ollie Baker with the chance, and he's put it over, and it's the equaliser. The team's level for the second time in this match, thanks to substitute Ollie Baker.
A ball broke out from our full back line, and I turned and headed out the field for it, and it broke between myself, I think, and Mark Mullins. And as I was going out, he was coming in, and we both clashed, pulled on the ball. We were both playing the ball, and it was just the way I connected off him that the collarbone went. We had trained particularly hard all year, and we had been well beaten in the league final, and I think no one at that stage wanted to kind of give up on the championship. So it was a case of just going up in the forwards and trying to at least occupy a man rather than having a man free and idle and letting him do what he wanted. So I just went up corner forward and stayed out at the other forwards' way as much as I did.
Clare effectively down to 14 men because of the injury to Shawnee McMahon, who's playing, and I say playing in inverted commas, top of the right. Down it goes. Darren O'Donoghue. Closed down, however. That's swept away there by Brian Lohan. PJ O'Connell. Clare looking for scores. Good ball inside. That's stopped by Timmy Kelleher, but still Gerald Loughlin persisting. And O'Loughlin has scored! Gerald Loughlin, a goal with 5 minutes remaining.
Tremendous goal by Gerald Loughlin. He was harassed by 3 men. He couldn't pass the ball to Shawnee McMahon because Shawnee had only one hand.
113, 16 points, 2-9 for Cork, 15. So possession vital here with a minute remaining. Who's going to win it? Darren Ronan trying to get room to swing the stick, gets it inside, but Clare there in numbers. Ball taken out by the fullback, Brian Lohan. Possession now absolutely critical here. Does either team deserve to lose? Brian Corcoran downfield. They're all under it. Waiting for it, however, is Mark Mullins. Here's a chance of an equaliser. Wonderful hook by Frank Lohan. Still the second. Just another wonderful hook by Lohan. Fed inside towards Alan Brown. Brown there. And that's it in net. And it's Kevin Murray who scored. A goal and 2 points for Kevin Murray. The fans are delirious. The red and white following here in Limerick, celebrating a goal that's come in the very last minute. It was Mark Mullins who was trying to set it up. Hooped twice in towards Alan Brown. Down it went from Brown to Murray, and a good goal. That third goal, the one that will swing it in Cork's direction. Clancy, still time to play, in injury time. Keneally leaves it down. Ollie Baker trying to get it in for Clare. This is Gerald Loughlin over towards the injured Sean McMahon. Can only really hurl with one hand because of that injury, and Clare used up their full complement. It's going to be possession for Clare from the sideline. Johnny Clifford back there.
I'd take Sean McMahon out of there now, because the ball is going to go there. Switch him off to left corner forward, or put somebody else up corner forward and take him away out of it.
Cork lead by 2 points. Here's a very good shot. It's a goal! It's a goal! It's a goal by Clare. I think it may well be Stephen McNamara who's got it.
And again, you'd have to question, was he inside the square, because the Cork lads wouldn't want him to put the flag up.
When up there, a ball just broke out in my direction and I chased it, and I think it was Timmy Kelleher just flicked it out for a sideline.
And who takes the line ball? Only Fergie Tuohy. Now, I have never seen Fergie Tuohy take a line ball since or before. He took the line ball into the square and Ollie Baker buries it in the net. It looks we have the game won. Ball comes down the other side of the field. Alan Brown hits it in, it comes off the post, and just when the Cork corner forward has it teed up to bury it in the net 10 yards out, Frank Lohan comes from nowhere and clears the ball. Now, after that you say, this is going to be our year.
Up it goes again to the Cork forwards. Once more it's Alan Brown. What a second half we've had after a fairly ragged first 35 minutes. And that's gone off the post, back down. A great stop once again by Frank Lohan. Out it comes towards Anthony Daly. What a heart-stopping finish we have to this match. Fergal Tuohy trying to skip around Fergal Ryan there. Fergie Tuohy still going, it's all over! And Clare have won! Clare have won this match!
The psychological thing that possibly, it isn't that we were very determined to win and everything, but whereas that team thought they were going to win and knew they were going to win, we were kind of hoping we'd win, hoping we were good enough, you know, so maybe that was the difference.
The team we had in 1972, 10 of them went on to be regular senior players afterwards. And, you know, I always said that if we could get a team at under 21 level, coach them properly, speed up their game, eliminate or at least strengthen their weaknesses, then you were doing a very good job for when they'd move into senior later on.
Matt Fanning dispossessed by James O'Connor. James with plenty of grass in front of him, and he's going to have to reuse it if he's going to get inside the water for cover. Still James O'Connor sending in an effort, and that's over the bar. That's a wonderful point by James O'Connor from Durham Airfield. Sean Power to take it. Oh, that's a great cut. Ray Barry is out, drops inside. It's a goal for Clare! Conor Clancy from Kilmaley, this time makes no mistake.
We just brought him in here to Cusack Park, and we just got him to play at a pace that they had never played before. You know, really, really fast hurling. Instead of one ball between three, we'd have 4 balls between three, so that every time they came to a training session, we would aim that they'd hit the ball 200 to 300 times a night in training. That was the big difference, you know, between the training that went on before and the training that went on then.
Training was tough. It wasn't easy, and I suppose it has to be done the way it is now. It has to be done to be able to reach them levels. We did some serious training, there's no doubt about it. I suppose it's something we'll never forget.
40 years before that, in 1955, Clare had come with a brilliant team, beaten Cork and Tipperary, and had gone into a Munster final against Limerick on a roasting hot day, and Limerick had run them off the field and beaten them quite easily. And I suppose he was always put down as one of Clare's blackest days.
The battle against Limerick, at Limerick, we had 2 points scored in the first few minutes. It's supposed to be our out until eventually Limerick took over. None of us, I think, played very well at that. There was 15 players out, and I would say that at least 13 of the 15 players weren't up to full form.
Now here we were, 40 years later, down in Thurles, roasting hot day again. Limerick overwhelming favourites to win, having been in the All-Ireland the year before. And Clare come out and do to Limerick what Limerick had done to Clare 40 years earlier.
Having failed to live up to expectations so many times in the past, many supporters travelling to Thurles for the Munster final did not expect that the 63-year gap to 1932 would be finally bridged.
Steve McDonough, what a game he's playing for Limerick. Towards Frankie Carroll, he's outmarked however. Jamesy O'Connor, one of the two who was on him. Downfield to Stephen McNamara. This nephew of the great Kerry footballer Ger Parr and grandson of Jackie is on his way for Clare against Limerick inside here towards Conor Clancy. Stopped somehow and that's gone wide, but it's going to be a penalty, I think. The referee deciding that it's a penalty after that great run through there, and David Fitzgerald may well be coming up to take it. On the Clare bench they've seen so much disappointment down the years, but today they're hoping it's the glory day at last. Remember John Commons of the 1986 All-Ireland final? David Fitzgerald, here's the goal chance for him for Clare. He scored! PJ O'Connell. O'Connell hitting a shot from some distance out, straight between the posts. A wonderful point. Well, he got one in the first half, but that was far better. Liam Doyle going left, then taking away on his right-hand side. The supply of ball inside now for Gerald Loughlin, the Sparrow. Wonderful hand pass to Jamesy O'Connor. There's a score here for the taking, and he puts it over the bar. Limerick looking sluggish at one end. Clare come down the field through the intervention of Liam Doyle, and in the end Jamesy O'Connor pops it over after a wonderful hand pass. Anthony Daly making sure that the sliotar was sitting up properly for him. Didn't get a very good connection nonetheless, but it's Ollie Baker who adds to it. Side towards Stephen McNamara. McNamara against Steve McDonough. Awkward angle, but that's sailing over the bar. In his first Munster final, Stephen McNamara has stretched Clare's lead. I think the cows in the farms of County Clare will be on automatic pilot for the next week if they win this one. Kieran Carey takes it from midfield. A good little dash forward. The shoulder by Liam Doyle, deemed to be a fair one. And it's Ollie Baker who knocks it back towards the inside forwards again. Comes off Steve McNamara. Outside to the moving forward figure of Jamesy O'Connor. O'Connor dashes forward. Another injection of pace. Shortens the grip on the stick and it's gone over the bar. 5 points from 5 chances. These Clare followers are in heaven already. Clare stand 5 minutes away from bridging a 63-year gap. Or is there a miracle comeback for the Shannonsiders from Limerick? Frank Lohan, son of the great Gus, to Shawnee McMahon. Dave Clark going for it. Mike Houlihan stood back, lashed it forward, stopped by the Clare captain Anthony Daly. To Ollie Baker, his goal against Cork, of course, paved the way for Clare to get into this third final in a row. Poor clearance, Mike Galligan has it. Downfield towards Brian Tobin. Limerick needing scores, but goals in particular. That's going right. The groan from Eamon Cregan here alongside me. The poor shot there from Brian Tobin.
You can't afford to be sending balls like that wide when you're 7 points down with 4 minutes to go. That ball should have gone over the bar.
It's edgy and nervous all over the field. Ger Loughlin has looked at the watch. 4 minutes to go. That's not forward there by Ollie Baker. Out comes Conor Clancy. Scoring chance once again. It's over the bar. What a day for Clare. This is wonderful from a banner perspective. They've been down in the hurling context for so long. So many broken hearts down the years as Clare people went home from Munster finals in places like Limerick and Thurles and so on. Dave Clark knocking it in. Limerick need a goal. Heffernan perhaps to provide it. Brian Tobin misses it. Brian Lohan stumbled, then recovered. Quigley couldn't quite get it past Michael O'Halloran. It comes back out to Anthony Daly. Nobody on him. Mike Houlihan takes it down. And the referee's whistle is sounded there for a chop down.
I think Limerick have actually accepted that they're going to lose. A number of players there are not chasing anymore. They're just letting the Clare fellas oftentimes instead of pressurising them.
Gary Kirby took the free in towards Quigley, and it's Brian Lohan who's out there. Nobody wants to win more than Brian. Brian Lohan getting away from Mike Gallagher, winning the race easily. Declan Nash trying to stop Gerald Loughlin, but the Sparrow finds Ollie Baker. Ollie is hooked by Gary Kirby. Gary having a word with the referee. It's now Ollie, that's Fergal Hegarty. Hegarty sending in that shot to the right. But at this stage, with so few minutes left, just about 2 on my watch, it hardly matters. Jim McInerney is in, I can tell you, just coming into the Clare team now. And I'm sure Gerald Loughlin is not doing it for sympathy reasons. He thinks that I'm sure Jim can do a job and do a job very well, and it's good that he's able to share these glorious moments now in one of the proudest days for Clare Hurling. Fergie Toohey going off.
I'd put a different thing on it, Ger. He's slowing the game down, and so the time is being wasted, which is a clever move on Ger's part.
Stephen McNamara has come out to the half-forward line. Jim McInerney's gone in top of the left. That's knocked away by Ollie Baker, the hero of Limerick, about to be the hero of Semple Stadium. Fergie Toohey being congratulated on the sideline. The subs, the mentors, the county board officials, they've never sampled anything like this. I'm thinking about the great John Joe Goggles Doyle, the lone survivor from 1932. I talked to him a little while back. He was looking forward to this day. I'm sure he's proud as Clare bring on number 25, Lorcan Hassett from St. Joseph's Dura Bearfield. Play continues. TJ Ryan. Here's Damien Quigley. Stopped by Shawty McMahon. It hasn't been a classic, but if you're from Clare, who cares? Scoring chances to date. Limerick taking 11 out of 29. Clare taking 17 out of 28. We're inside the last minute. The curse of Biddy Early is about to finish. Nice dash here by Ollie Baker, wasting up a few precious seconds, sending it downfield over the head of Declan Nash, whipped on by Mike Houlihan. Gerald Loughlin towards Jim McInerney. Jim's first touch just showing a little bit of rustiness. He's just into the match. Through towards PJ O'Connell. Mike Houlihan way back there. Limerick have looked ragged all throughout this match, but that's not to take it from Clare. They've shown the dash. Jim McInerney unable, however, to find the range. Well, I remember a league final. You were involved in it, 1985. You were coaching Clare against Limerick. And today, in Semple Stadium, we're now just seconds away from the longest bridge in hurling, the 63-year gap that Clare has waited to take the Munster Cup. Fergal Hegarty, aware that he might have been hooked, going for the score. It's there! Clare are certainly home and dry. Brian Lohan trying to get a connection on it, did well. A real pure, stylish hurler, this fellow. Lovely to watch. Down it goes. Off the legs there of Stephen McNamara. Runs loose here to the cornerback, who is Declan Nash. Nash against 2 Clare men. Gerald Loughlin, the Sparrow, trying to take it up. Back there by Mike Houlihan. Out it comes as far as Jamesy O'Connor. Drops short and pops over the ball. Jamesy O'Connor's 6 point. What a performance by the number 12, who's played in midfield, and he's been a scoring sensation in this game. Work will be put on hold all over the Banner County for at least the next month to 10 days. The puck out from Joe Quaid. The referee just prolonging Limerick's agony somewhat, but it really is just academic. Mike Gallagher, the foul there on Sean O'Neill, free quickly taken by Mike Gallagher, dropping it into the square. They look for a goal to put a better complexion on this, and it's a save by David Fitzgerald. Penalty score in the first half, and some wonderful saves throughout this match. Well, Clare have won it! Clare are the Munster champions!
1995. They came, they believed, they knew they could conquer, and they've done it against a Limerick team that were but a pale shadow of their true selves. The invasion of Semple Stadium, I've never seen anything quite like this. They may have been outnumbered, but they're all ready now to take over the ground, just as their team took over Limerick.
I'm delighted for everybody here from Clare. You can see the crowd. How many times we come here for the last 63 years and come back empty-handed. There was not only funerals going home out of Thurles. The funerals are over.
And so to the presentation. Noel Walsh makes the presentation. He's a Clare man. To Anthony Daly, a very proud one. The curse of Biddy Early is consigned to history. The tears today are tears of joy.
I saw PJ O'Connell out at the touchline, threw the ball up, never looked to the post, blazed it over the middle of the bar. And Vivian Cobb, who had been in 55 against me, was behind me and tapped me on the shoulder. He said, "We have no hope now."
I will never, ever, ever experience the emotion that day in Thurles today. Clare ultimately win the Munster final. I just couldn't believe it. I was stunned. I was crying. I just sort of, like, the ultimate barrier had been broken.
I was very privileged to be in Thurles on May the 9th, 1995, for a tremendous day. And unlike many people in Clare fans who had not travelled on the day, they will regret it for the rest of their lives.
Well, I certainly know what it meant to me. I was coming off the altar in Knock on that Sunday, and somebody whispered to me that we were up 4 points. And I dashed to a radio, and certainly it was a very emotional, even though I was on my own at the time, it was a very emotional occasion. So I actually missed that final in Thurles, but of course I was here to when the team came back that evening, and ash of the scenes, and it was quite an extraordinary outpouring of emotion.
As you can understand, waiting for 63 years, and then to see it happening in front of your eyes, and the heart thumping, and it was great that it held up.
As I said, it was Liberation Day for Clare, for supporters, for players, for the generations who had gone before us. This was the day that everybody had dreamed of, a roasting hot day in Thurles, a Munster final, and now Clare had won.
All Munster suffered sunstroke and the grass was all burnt dry, but the drought at the last was ended by 15 warriors brave and bold, when the green and white were brought to ground by the banners blue and gold. Now Clare has many heroes going back 1,000 years. De Valera and O'Connell brought our enemies to tears. Didn't Brian Borough's Dalcassians fight the Vikings man to man? But the decade's reigning champion is our own great Gerald Loughnane.
I remember coming over the bridge in Limerick. Everything stopped, and we had the cup, and we were entering into Clare, and coming over that bridge was such an emotional moment, really, that we were bringing back the Munster Cup. This was only Munster now, remember. It was a week when time stood still in Clare, and everybody savoured, took the time out to savour what had happened. And I'm glad we did. I'm glad everybody did, that we didn't let it pass us by and say, oh, the All-Ireland semi-final is coming up, we have to prepare for that. We just went along with it for 5 days and played it out and savoured it to the very, very last. And then when that was over, we were ready to prepare for the semi-final.
St Flannan's College has backboned many Clare hurling and football teams since the 20s.
This morning 208 first years arrived at St Flannan's, and some girls for the very first time. And I just walked along the corridor, and one of the teachers was bringing a group of about 30 students just to have a look around, and they were looking at the wall where all the photographs of the teams were on. And I just asked them, how many of you, it's your ambition to be on that wall? And nearly all the hands shot up. So the tradition is very strong, and I suppose that makes it easier. The guys come in here and young students come, and their ambition is to play for St Flannan's because they've seen guys who went through here, who've represented the county with distinction, and they are their heroes at the moment. So in that way then, a lot of the raw material comes in is very good, so then it's a case of just getting it together. And then, as you know, tradition plays a very strong part in sport, and once you have tradition, I think it's easier to motivate students to play. And it's an ambition then when students come in here to
play for the college and to wear the blue and white.
Near neighbours Galway were Clare's opponents for their first championship match in Croke Park since the county lost the 1932 All-Ireland to Kilkenny.
We didn't have the kind of nervousness that you would expect going into a semi-final. We went into it with a real sense of adventure, I suppose, in one way, and of freedom in another. That now the shackles were off and we were going to cut loose.
Well, we're really geared up for this. Munster final is long behind us now. It's a very hot day, it's going to be a very fast day here, it's going to be a very hard day on players, but I think we're ready for it.
Richie Burke switching the direction of his puck out towards Ollie Fahy. Galway doing well in several positions all over the field. Clare, you feel, still to settle. That's Hegarty. Good ball inside. Here's a great chance. Gerald Auckland. Oh, it's a goal! The score that Clare have looked for. And they go back in front. And it's the Sparrow once again. It's come in the 17th minute. And it was Fergal Hegarty who provided the fodder. Dreadful defending for once by Galway. And in crept Gerald Auckland. Well, the goalkeeper Richie Burke hadn't much chance here, dispensed with a hat, but he needed more than a hat to keep this shot out, right in the corner. Brian Lowen keeping it away from the attentions of Joe Cooney. The ball downfield, the intentions well read by Sean Tracy. Well caught, taken neatly here by Fergal Hegarty. It's Hegarty and Baker at midfield for Clare. Toohey now left half forward, trying to come away there from Michael Coleman. Nicely inside towards Stephen McNamara. McNamara bearing down, it's a goal! It's another Clare goal! McNamara the scorer! Pat Fitzgerald, the county secretary, looks mighty pleased. Well, he might be. This was set up by Fergie Toohey, showing the younger legs against Michael Coleman. A good inviting ball inside, taken away well here by McNamara from Helibert and into the back of the net. Great spell of the match now for Clare, who were slow to settle. Cross towards Jamesy O'Connor, held on for dear life, taking it away from Jerry McInerney. The younger Clare players asserting themselves right now, and that's sent straight between the posts. Jamesy O'Connor, the point scorer. Jamesy from the county football champions in Clare, if you can believe, from St Joseph's Dura Bearfield. 2-3 to 5 points. Ollie Baker in there, manfully against Michael Coleman. Runs back towards Fergal Hegarty, has the presence of mind to pick out Anthony Daly. We await the first score of the second half. Conor Clancy, maybe the provider. Nicely inside the Fergie Toohey, towards Gerald Loughlin. Got the first point of the first half. It's a goal! A second goal for Gerald Loughlin. A third goal for Clare in the second minute of the second half. Well, certainly it was Anthony Daly who became the provider. Conor Clancy, lovely hand pass. Toohey involved in the equation as well. And watch this for clinical finishing. Richie Burke had no chance. Joe Cooney thought about the pass towards Liam Burke. Over his head, flung inside towards Francis Ford. Ford gets a touch. That's a great goal. That's a wonderful strike by Francis Ford.
That's a great score for Galway. A high ball coming from Joe Cooney and went in between defenders, and a great flick by Francis Ford.
Heat of battle. Gerald Loughlin beaten for it by Michael Coleman. He's been absolutely magnificent. Played his heart out all through the first half. Still Michael Coleman. Towards Joe Cooney under the dropping ball. It's Anthony Daly away here to Pádraig Kelly. Fumbles, then recovers his composure. Liam Doyle, put under pressure, copes admirably. PG O'Connell, great catch. Jerry McInerney staying off him. O'Connell's shot is high. Is it between the posts? It's over the bar! That might yet prove to be a very important point. Galway had been eating into Clare's lead. And now with about 13 minutes left, O'Connell has stretched Clare's advantage once again. And they lead by 3 points. And Dr. Banji there in the middle of all of that, a great sports fan. Anthony Daly, all composure, class and style. Jamesy O'Connor, real wizard-o-wisp type of player. Players having difficulty at times taking the ball up onto their sticks this afternoon. Grass is cut tight, as we said earlier. That's Jackson McGrath and Nigel Shaughnessy. It comes out to Jamesy O'Connor. O'Connor from the 45-metre line, puts it over! Jamesy O'Connor, now at midfield, exerting a magnificent influence over proceedings, and the scorer of 7 points out of that wonderful tally. 1 minute left, Ger says. Well, if Pat Fitzgerald and Christy Todd of Offaly thought they had problems in the past providing enough tickets for fans of Offaly and Clare, the headache that they're going to have in the next 4 weeks is going to be of enormous proportions. Nothing bar a miracle now can stop Galway as we watch Joe McGrath breeze in, looking for a goal. Stopped on the edge of the 20-metre line, and Dickie Murphy, cool as a breeze, in there. And they're certainly ready to invade. Cyril Lyons, one of the great stars of the past, on the left-hand side there. It's going to be a free to Galway. Joe Cooney will be the taker. I'm sure he'll try and do a kind of Johnny Dooley in it. He does. Stopped by David Fitzgerald. Not called on to make the penalty save. This or the penalty. And it's all over. And Clare are in the All-Ireland final of 1995. The exchange of jerseys.
It wasn't so much beating Galway. That wasn't a big, it wasn't a huge thing at all, because there was no great rivalry between ourselves and Galway, you know. But the thrill, the feeling that you were in All Ireland, the thrill of that, seemed to shiver down your spine the second the game was over.
So for Loughnane to keep the team as focused and as right as he did, and for the lads themselves as well, obviously, you know, to go to Dublin and to be so right for the match against Galway, and to win it, you know, was I would say now. I mean, he's had a lot of success, and he's produced, you know, teams properly and well on days. But that I think was because of the way the rest of the county was. I mean, the whole county was in a festive mood, you know.
We were faced with another dilemma in that we had 4 or 5 players who were still under 21 that year, and Clare were in the Munster under 21 final, and the Munster Council refused to put it back until after the All Ireland. So we were faced with a very hard decision, and one that was very unpopular, I suppose, at the time. But we were very lucky in that Mike Mack was the manager of the Clare under-21s, as well as being a selector on the Clare senior team. And I remember discussing it here. The very first time it was brought up was maybe 2 or 3 days after the semi-final. And, you know, there was no question about it. The discussion lasted a minute. Everyone decided that, listen, this is Clare's first time in an All-Ireland since 1932. We're going to be remembered by what happens in the All-Ireland senior final. We're not going to be remembered for winning an under-21 Munster championship. Nobody's remembered for that. So I suppose some people could say it was a ruthless decision. I think it was a very practical decision and a very wise decision, that nobody's focus, first of all, should be allowed stray, that everybody was geared into winning that All-Ireland. And on the night that Clare played the under-21 final against Tipperary, the Clare senior team, including all those under-21s, were above in Croke Park, training at the very same time as the Munster under-21 final was taking place below in Thurles. Now, it led to some bad feeling afterwards. You know, Tip won it, not by very much, and which made it almost certain that Clare would have won it if they had the senior players. But nobody regretted it one bit.
And first into the fray, it's the defending All-Ireland champions from Offaly, bidding to be the first team from the faithful county to put All-Ireland titles back to back.
1995 Leinster final. Offaly had given an exhibition of hurling in a really wet day against Kilkenny. And I remember meeting Brian Whelan after the match, and he was totally exhausted. And I knew that these fellas were not as fit as we were, because you'd never see one of the Clare fellas coming off after. We were after playing a much more intense game against Galway, and yet nobody was panned out when the game was over. So that was going to be an advantage to us.
And now the moment all Clare has waited for, and probably 30 other counties as well. Anthony Daly of the Clare Castle Magpies leads off the bannermen. This is the warmest welcome any team is likely to get in Croke Park. A deafening ovation, a sea of saffron and blue.
Now, we also had another tactic planned here in training. We wouldn't rush the Offaly player in possession. You know, the mistake you'd make is that you'd rush at the man in possession, they'd pass it out to the loose man and put it over the bar. That was the great Offaly tactic. So we had here the tactic of one man to tackle the Offaly man in possession, and all the players watch for the loose man.
I remember we were above training above in Crow Park, which was just one ball that I went out for, and bang. So I was coming home on the bus that evening, was just, there was tears in the eyes.
The referee then is Dickie Murphy, and all of his umpires coming from the Rapparees Club down in Wexford. John Tyrrell, Paul Shiggins, Morgan Murphy and Paddy Buckley as the match gets underway. And Offaly, of course, who won the toss, playing from left to right in the first half. Straight away it's Joe Dooley. Johnny Dooley, his brother, in pursuit over there. Ball knocked away by Ollie Baker, straight as far as Dáithí Regan. Here's the first chance, and there's the first point. Tight challenges coming in. That's Brian Wheelahan. And really the number 12 is going to have to try and put the shackles on Brian Wheelahan if he can, and that's going to be so difficult. Sean McMahon, there's the shot, and it's gone over the bar. Sean McMahon, the first Clare player to score in an All-Ireland final for 63 years. And are they happy? Well, I think they'll feel if they can keep it nice and tight, anything is possible. That ball came out a long distance beyond Jamesy O'Connor, out as far as the centre half back, Seanie McMahon, and he drove it with determination over. Down towards Fergal Hegarty again, does well to get out ahead of Brian Wheelahan. That could be a vital tussle if he can somehow limit the effectiveness of Offaly's number 5 as we watch the Sparrow run in after that dropping ball, dropped by Martin Hannamy and out over the end line. This time it is a 65, no doubt about it. Sean McMahon got, I think, 3 or 4 points in the National League final. 2 points so far in the campaign in the championship. This to tie it up. It looks okay, it's over the bar. The sides are level. Clare making a full recovery from the 65 of Sean McMahon. Who would have guessed he'd be their only scorer after 12 minutes? Runs on in towards the man they call Fingers, but he can't get a touch on it. But it'll be a Clare sideline ball. Ger Loughnane, his first occasion to be involved, of course, as player or mentor in an All-Ireland final. Him and Cregan played in 3 All-Ireland finals. As Ollie Baker cuts it in, is that the lead? It is! Clare are in front. Ollie Baker recovered from injury, and he slots it over the bar. So we've had a point from play, a point from a 65, and a point from a sideline. No wonder they're happy. They lead by 3 points to 2. It's Fergie Toohey. Nice pick up. An angled ball across towards Gerald Loughlin. The forwards looking for possession, and the followers looking for scores. A partial block there by Brian Wheelahan. Good craftsmanship and good technique. A persistence, however, by the Sparrow, carrying him in there close to Martin Hannamy. Struggling to get that ball away, but does so effectively at the end. Only as far as Fergie Toohey. Toohey going by Kevin Martin. Tricky angle, he's put it over the bar. Fergie Toohey, the first of the Clare forwards to score. And there's just a point in it. Dáithí Regan getting the measure here of Fergal Hegarty, who's moved in towards midfield in a switch with Ollie Baker. That's got over the bar. A point there by John Troy.
First ball or two we got in the All-Ireland final, dealt with it really well, was happy out. But the next thing, maybe I tried to be a bit too smart, and Michael Duignan mishit a ball, and when you mishit a ball there's a lot of spin in it. Now I thought myself, I'm going to kill this dead on my hurley and drive it down the field. I tried to kill it dead, it dropped in over the line. The worst feeling I've ever had. And there's nothing you can say to describe it nearly. I remember looking up at the big TV screen and watching it about another 2 or 3 times just to make me feel worse. But
Michael Duignan motoring in, looking around to see what's on. Stopped, and has it gone over the line? It has. A goal for Offaly. A mistake by David Fitzgerald. Michael Duignan, I think, will take the credit. That with just 2 minutes to go to half-time. A player has had such a wonderful season, goalkeeper Davy Fitzgerald, I think deceived a bit by this one. He batted it down and agonisingly over his own end line, and there was no doubt about it. Hadn't made a mistake all through the championship campaign, and it happens in the final. Conor Clancy
Trying to make amends for that one that crept in there. Fergal Hegarty drops it in and it's gone over the bar. It's the Kilnamona man, Fergal Hegarty, who gets the point. 3 between them. It's nothing in a final. It's nothing in any kind of hurling match. One here by Jamesy O'Connor. Alert to the possibilities inside towards Gerald Loughlin. Sweeping aside the challenge there of Shane McGuckin. Here's where they need a score, and he's the provider. The Sparrow finally scores in injury time, and there are just 2 points between these teams. It's anybody's game. They're well aware of it. It's all to play for in the remaining 35 minutes. It's half-time here at Croke Park. Gerald Loughlin finishing very prominently there, getting that final point of the first half. The Clare followers cheering in their team. They're so delighted to be here, but they're very much in this in a meaningful way. In spite of that goal by Michael Daignan with 2 minutes to go, half-time score, it's Offaly 1-6, Clare 7 points.
Clare suffered a real hammer blow at a crucial time in that game when we gave away a very simple goal. Michael Daignan came in from the Cusick stand side, went for a point. Davy went to control it in his hurley and it went over the line. Now, in normal times, or in any other era, the Clare team would have collapsed after something like that, a sucker punch like that, suffering a sucker punch like that. But instead, the Sparrow got a huge point from under the Hogan stand just before half time. And I remember inside in the dressing room, there was no talk about the goal conceded. Everybody was supporting Davy Fitz to the very last. You know, they were all there and everybody hyped up and saying, we had got the point before half time, we were only 2 points down and we were back in it again. And we really felt at half time that we were doing everything right to Offaly. They were getting frustrated. They weren't scoring much. Their scoring rate was very, very low. They weren't scoring much and we had them in the trap that we had set.
Well, we haven't played as well as we could in the first half. However, we've been against the wind. So now the game is going to be won now in the next 35 minutes. And I've just asked him to give him that last ounce for Clare for these 35 minutes.
You think you're going to do it?
We're going to do it.
Davy Fitzgerald's puck out right through the centre, broken down by Conor Clancy to Ollie Baker, pursued by Johnny Pilkington, fed inside towards the Sparrow, now at full forward. Can't get through, however. Keenahan and Martin Hanamy here have been busy, but that's good stick work by Stephen McNamara, and it ends up being a 65. Clever work by the Clare number 13. And coming right across there was the other man in that full back line, Shane McGuckin. Well, he'll want to make up for the disappointing day he had last year against Damien Quigley in the All-Ireland final against Limerick, and he did so well there, sweeping right across the line. Here's the 65. Sean McMahon's got one so far, looking for his third point to put just one between them. High up into the air, measured well, and over the bar. Another 65 for the king of the 65, Sean McMahon. 1 point the margin, and the fabulous Bearfield boys with the flag up there. As long as it stays as tight as this, the underdogs from Clare are in there with a real chance. PJ O'Connell towards Jamesy O'Connor, so influential, so important. Fergal Hegarty, great block down. Kevin Martin in there again, trying to limit the effectiveness of the half forward. It gets in as far as Conor Clancy. Clancy now back in at full forward again because Kevin Keenahan had begun to lord it, and there's the shot, and it's put over the bar by Fergie Toohey. A second point for the Clare Castle man. Clare edge within a point of the All-Ireland champions. Hubert Rigney bats it, but not so effectively. Comes out instead towards Kevin Martin, put under incessant pressure. Here's Fergie Toohey. Toohey scampering away. Johnny Pilkington getting back, making a half challenge on that one. It reaches Jamesy O'Connor. One between them. Clare trailing. Jamesy O'Connor putting it in, putting it high, and putting it off the post. It came off the post to PJ O'Connell. Comes back down again to Stephen McNamara. Here's Fergie Toohey, who started all of that. Now will he get it over? Yes, he will. They're level. Level for the third time in this All-Ireland final. Here's another change about to be made. Eamon Taff is about to come in for Clare.
a week before the All-Ireland final then against Offaly, Gerald Lang came to me, he says, we're going to be calling on you at some stage, we're not sure. We mightn't be able to give you long, but you'll be coming on. So I was gearing myself for it then. He also told me that I wouldn't be on the programme and that I'd be number 25 and it was only 24 that was going to be on the programme. I said I didn't mind. And then, I don't know what was it, about 10 minutes to go, he came in, he said, Eamon, come on.
The issue really in doubt. Jamesy O'Connor, players calling for it everywhere and anywhere. Here's Michael Duignan. The long ball down towards Billy Dooley. But Frank Lohan has the measure of that challenge, at least up to now. Daithí Regan. Knocked in adventurously, they chase in after it. Brian Lohan, someone got to stick to it, but only out as far as Billy Dooley. Dooley hand passing it back. Declan Pilkington's shot comes a ricochet. Michael O'Halloran and Frank Lohan in there, and it's Brian Lohan who makes the clearance. That's terrific full back play. I tell you, both full backs in this match are playing stormers. Billy Dooley's final ball in there, missed by Brian Lohan in untypical fashion, and that's John Troy, and that's a goal! Johnny Pilkington, right on the spot. 19 minutes into the second half. Well, when Offaly apply the pressure, this is what happens. Blocks and hooks, good stop by Davy Fitzgerald, but in came Johnny Pilkington and he finished it right into the back of Davy Fitzgerald's goal, who's beaten for the second time, but on the ground there he did well initially, but there was no stopping Johnny Pilkington. This is Jamesy O'Connor, shrugging aside, I'm sure, previous disappointments. The pass outside to Fergie Toohey. How they need a score. Can he provide it? And the answer is yes. 2 points the margin after Fergie Toohey's 4th point of the day. Offaly 2-7, Clare 11 points. Johnny Dooley, it's broken down by Frank Lohan, away from Billy Dooley. That's Liam Doyle. It's Frank Lohan trying to emerge with it, trying to take it away from Declan Pilkington, fouled right in front of the eyes of referee Dickie Murphy.
They're thinking about a substitution now themselves. Eamon Taff, who already came on as a sub, is about to come off the field to be replaced by Alan Neville as soon as Clare get a chance.
That's free is swung in there, batted down by the goalkeeper. It's a goal! It's a goal by Eamon Taff! Clare are in front! A Clare goal! Coming with 5 minutes to go and a little under. Goalkeeper touched it down, and this is where Eamon Taff came in. Clare lead.
Absolutely unreal. I tell you, everyone was on to me about the crowd being so loud after. I heard absolutely nothing. I went totally blank. Could hear nothing, which was, it was just super. Well, so when Anthony Daly took the free, it came in and it hit the post, and it was actually just pure luck that he didn't catch it coming back off the post. It bounced and it just bounced straight out over his hand. No, God, if he had it only up 4 inches, he'd have caught it. Pure luck that it fell to me, and it just, I struck it well when it hit the net.
I see the crowd at the Canal Inn jump, the Clare crowd take off, and I was certain that Fergal Hegarty had scored the goal. So I was absolutely certain. I didn't see who had scored it, and we had decided to take off Eamon Taff because Eamon hadn't been fit coming up to the final. And I also wanted to stop the game after scoring the goal, to stop the game, to give everyone a chance to settle. And I ran out with the slip to Dickie Murphy, and just as he was passing me by, I pulled back my hand so that he'd have to come back to me. And he just grabbed my hand. He says, "Ger, don't pull that on me," he said. And he took it, and of course the puck out was taken, and what do we do? Concede a free straight away.
Clare in front by a point. Well, they talked about the last 5 minutes last year. We've now got under 4 minutes to go. Are Clare about to take a second All-Ireland crown, the last in 1914? Johnny Dooley has a free. It's Eamon Taff who got the goal, and you heard from Tony that he was about to be replaced, and the ball's gone over the bar, and the sides are level for the 5th time. Johnny Dooley's 5th point. What a match, Tomas.
Great excitement on the last couple of minutes, Gerard. Offaly definitely paying the price for not putting away Clare earlier on, you know, and great credit to Clare for coming back into the game that they were out of.
So Clare right back in the match once again. Sides all square. Here's a Sparrow. Helped on by Ollie Baker. Coming across is Brian Wheelahan. Does either side deserve to lose this? It's got to be a 65.
When the 65 came, he just had a great feeling about it, and I was going over to take it and he was going to take it, but he was really confident in himself that he'd score it. So, you know, he made the call on it, and it was a brilliant call, like, because it actually put us a point ahead with a couple of minutes to go, and it was a fantastic free, and I'd say it was the winning of the match at the time, you know, because it was a really inspirational score, like, and you know, it was just a brilliant call by Anthony, like, and I think it said an awful lot about him and the kind of guy that he is.
The faces in the Clare crowd. A sea of faces from the Banner County, willing their team on. The curse of Biddy Early has been broken, well and truly. Eamon Cregan making sure that Hubert Rigney's okay, and we have further news.
Well, it's Joe Erity is the one getting ready to come on. If Hubert isn't okay, Joe's taking off his tracksuit, perhaps getting ready to enter the fray.
Here's the 65 from Anthony Daly. Where's it going? Over the bar! The captain has put his side in front. Just over a minute and 20 seconds to go. From the 65, it's Clare who lead. My goodness, back it comes to Fergie Toohey again. Toohey's shot rains in, but to the right this time. What a match. My goodness, is she feeling the tension? Are we all, I think. Awfully this year being put to the pin of their collars. In spite of a great goal in the second half, credited to Johnny Pilkington. They're still there. So too Clare. On my watch, 35 seconds of normal time to go. Here's PJ O'Connell. Will he score here? It's stopped by David Hughes. Well, that's when they wanted O'Connell to chip in with his first point of this final. He failed to do so. Kevin Martin, straight to Johnny Pilkington. Now with the minimum of fuss. Can they draw level? Off the post it comes. Pilkington was so unlucky. Out it comes somehow. Frank Lowen assisted there by Anthony Daly. The Bannermen lead 15 points to 14. 112 to 2-8. Fergie Toohey's shot in as dramatic a finish as you could hope for an All-Ireland final. Cyril Lyons dispossesses Kevin Keenahan. The referee's whistle signalling that it's going to be a free in. This is an easy enough chance.
Yes. Great chance for Clare to go 2 points ahead now, and certainly that should be the end of the game at that stage.
There'll be tears of joy if they can do it. Look at this. Jamesy O'Connor. Score of just 1 point so far from 7 or 8 chances.
And if Jamesy puts this over the bar, I don't think he's going to be too worried about the ones that have gone by.
Absolutely not. And he's done so. Jamesy's second point. I'm sure there's a loss there tomorrow in Clare in St. Flannan's, and Clare have just about to win. They've won! Clare have won the All-Ireland. What a victory! A tribute to determination and no little craft. Well coached by Ger Loughnane. He told us at half-time they'd do it. He said they'd win the Munster. They did. Eat your heart out, Biddy Early. Clare have done it by 2 points, 113 to 2-8.
And there we were in Croke Park, all together. The final whistle goes, and we've won the McCarthy Cup. Now, isn't that a magical year?
I often sat after other All-Ireland finals where Clare weren't involved, and you'd be watching the presentation, and you would have played with these fellas in All-Star tours and stuff like that, and you'd be watching them below and the U4 win the cup, and you'd say to yourself, geez, will Clare ever do it? Will they ever do it? Wouldn't it be fabulous to be there?
It is a culmination of every player's dream, of every county's dream to be there on All-Ireland final day. 'Tis the day to be in Croke Park.
you know, I was hoping, but I thought it was a lot. I thought it was much further away. When I finished as selector in '94, I certainly thought that it was still a long ways away.
What a dramatic finale. There's no sport like it. Nothing whatsoever to rival this. We thought it was superb and brilliant, and indeed it was in the last 5 minutes last year. But they've come with a moving display in the second half. They were not going to be beaten. The Clare management made astute switches and changes. They tried to do an Eamon Cregan on it and outfox him. We've got some news now from the sideline from Tony on a dramatic day for the Banner County.
And what news I have, Clare, the All-Ireland champions, Ger Loughnane with me. Ger, fantastic.
Just unbelievable, Tony. I can't believe it. This time last year we were in the depths of despair after being beaten in 2 months of finals. Here we are 12 months later, All-Ireland champions. Funny, we met tomorrow night a year was the first time we met. Mike Mack, Tony Constantine and myself. Now we're the champions. Unbelievable.
You told us at half-time you were going to win it.
Well, we weren't going to surrender. My jeez, we weren't going to surrender today. We were going to give it everything, and pure heart is what kept us in it in the second half. The lads were just fantastic.
You well done, you deserve it.
Thanks very much.
On behalf for the heart, the long wait is over. Agus Leishin, Runaway, on Curtinshaw, or on Captain Anthony O'Donnell.
Perhaps you thought it would never happen. It has. Clare are the All-Ireland Hurling champions, and Anthony Daly lifts the McCarthy Cup for 1995. What a day, and what a year. Scenes of absolute jubilation. The Bowrones beat.
Out the one coming Luke Lascale. Tánáhas an down orm. An Connolly and McCorrick Shaw. A Glacka ar san Fernie Morney as Cundale Tower. There's been a missing person in Clare for 81 long years. Well, today, that person has been found alive and well, and that person's name is Liam McCarthy. We have listened to many jibes down through the years. We were told to stick to our traditional music. Well, in Clare, we love our traditional music, but we love our hurling as well.
For me, it was just fantastic. I recall my days as a club player in Dublin, when I played with St. Columba's and later with St. Bridget's, listening to players from other counties recalling their tremendous victories, successes, about their great teams. And here, for the first time in my lifetime, Clare had a story to tell. From a sponsorship perspective, it was something else. We had earlier in the year, on the 1st of May 1995, celebrated our silver jubilee after 25 years of successful business. And the synthesis of that jubilee celebration, the Munster Championship and the subsequent All-Ireland win, created tremendous feeling amongst everybody that had any association with this company.
It also shows that the first year is the time to make the breakthrough. I never believed in this thing of lose one to win one. When you're in one, that's your chance to win it, and you have to do everything you possibly can when you get that chance to make the most of it. And I think it was our utter concentration on the game, on the task at hand. That's what won us that All-Ireland. We weren't distracted by any of the sideshows, even though there were many, because it was Clare's first time there since 32. Nobody was distracted by those. It was the job on hand that everybody concentrated on. And I think that was the real secret of us winning that All-Ireland.
In my opinion, there were many benefits. Our company's association with the GA and in particular with Clare Hurling meant an alignment of values, traditions, commitment and striving for perfection. Number two, we offer a nationwide cover, and our sponsorship of Clare Hurling allowed us the opportunity to build on that awareness that we'd already created through our branch network. Number three, we have successfully sold and marketed heavy construction equipment since 1970. However, our continued development relies on goodwill. Number four, like most Irish people, our customers share a love of sport, and in particular, Gaelic hurling. And this sponsorship of Clare Hurling gave us the opportunity to give back to our customers something tangible and created further goodwill.
The All-Ireland champions began the defence of their crown against Limerick in Limerick.
We had felt coming up to the game that we were in trouble, that we weren't in the same kind of mental or physical state as we had been the year before. But we reckoned that if we could ride out that first game, then we would have been okay. Get over that first game was going to be a huge problem. And, you know, we played really well in the game, as did Limerick, and we were leading by 4 points with 6 or 7 minutes to go, and all sorts of misfortune seemed to befall us. You know, I think the biggest one of all was Ollie Baker getting injured. He got a very, very bad blow with 10 minutes to go, which ruined him for the rest of the game. And then we gave away a few easy points. Limerick drew level, and then of course Ciaran Carey scored that magical point at the end. And I think it was a fitting score to end a really epic contest.
Michael O'Halloran inside towards Fergal Hegarty. Ollie Baker calling for it. Fergal deciding to lob it inside around the house and ask a few questions. And that's Gerald Loughlin, and that's gone over the bar. The Sparrow getting the first point of this Munster semi-final. To Anthony Daly, avoiding the would-be hoop there from Shane O'Neill. All eyes on the ball, runs inside there. Clare here in numbers. Declan Nash, Mark Foley. Next into the queue there we've got Fergie Toohey, turning, getting away from Mark Foley and putting it high and putting it between the posts. 2 points in this match for Fergie Toohey. Fergie Toohey trying to get it on, assisted there by Jamesy O'Connor. Jamesy right on the sideline, and that's gone over the bar. That's an amazing point. A second point for Jamesy O'Connor from a most acute of angles. Sean O'Neill bottled up by the other number 9 there, who is Fergal Hegarty. It's a real battle here in Limerick, this one. Declan Nash, tidy player. Anthony Daly drops it down. Shane O'Neill in quickly. Podge Tomer with the pass to the centre. On towards Gary Kirby. Is he going to go for a goal? Gary Kirby hitting it and scoring! In the 27th minute of the first half, Gary Kirby now with a goal and 4 points. Well, Shane O'Neill comes back here to Liam Doyle, the man from Bodyke, down towards Taff, breaks it inside for Stephen McNamara. He's got support just ahead of him. Eamon Taff in there waiting for it to come. Here's the substitutes, first chance to shine, and he's put it over the bar. First opportunity, first scoring chance, he avails of it, and there we go, you'll happier, I'm sure. maybe some further substitutions coming up by both teams as we watch Sean McMahon take the 65. The umpires have a good look and it's gone over the bar. Well done, a player like Sean McMahon in your ranks who can take long range frees. He's almost as good as an extra forward. Any indiscretion at all or any touch away for a 65 and he'll punish it. If Limerick get one more chance, or will it come downfield for Clare? There on Limerick, being urged on, Barry Foley, it's high, it's over the bar, it's a point by Barry Foley, the second point, level for the 9th time, what a match, absolutely wonderful, it's been compelling watching, and it's young Barry Foley who's tied it up here.
Yes, Joe, you must give great credit to Limerick, even when the game seemed to be going away from the battle line in these conditions, and 2 great points there in the last 2 minutes.
Is there much time left? We've had a couple of injuries. Here comes Kieran Carey. Carey leading the charge of the Light Brigade. 45 metres out. He's a chance to score. He's put it high. He's put it over. The Limerick captain has scored a minute into injury time.
He hit it off his hurley because he'd caught twice already, and it was a superb score, and all credit to Carey. Like, I wouldn't take away for one instance. And if you're going to win a kind of an epic Munster Championship match, that was the way to win it. And fair dues to Limerick. We didn't, we took our beating fair and square, but it was hard to be out because we felt we were probably one of the best teams around that period.
Mick the Wire really woke me up to this at a function down in Ballincollig at the end of '95. It was a kind of an off-the-cuff remark. He said, listen, he said, any team can win in All-Ireland, but it takes a great team to win the second one.
A good win over Kerry in the 1997 first round put Clare into a semi-final meeting with Cork. Clare had beaten Cork in their 2 previous meetings in '93 and '95. Cork hadn't won a first round match since 1992.
That day against Cork in the semi-final '97 was the day that Clare really fully believed that we were up there with the best. We entered into that game after a very long and arduous training schedule from a semi-final defeat against Cork 6 weeks previous.
Liam Doyle, the player, is about to take it from Bodyke, winner of senior and junior All-Ireland medals. Towards Fergie Toohey, breaks down instead to PJ O'Connell. Timmy Keller is the player who's chasing. Brian Corcoran in next to try and dispossess him. Support outside from Colin Lynch. And it's Anthony Daly who swings it in, however, and Anthony Daly has got the point. David Fitzgerald dropping it into the middle of the field. Ollie Baker going for it. Here comes Colin Lynch. Going for the score himself, and that'll do his confidence a wonderful boost indeed. This the man with all the experience. Fergal McCormack contained it but didn't do anything with it. It's O'Halpine instead sending it in. Alan Cummins joining the half-forward line in towards Alan Brown. Lost the helmet. David Fitzgerald has it. The shoulder from Alan Brown. Composed play by the Clare goalkeeper. Anticipated here by Jamesy O'Connor. Got onto it well. Fergal Ryan misses it completely. Cork defenders are very nervous. This is Clancy going for the score, making it look easy. Conor Clancy's first point. Jamesy O'Connor and PJ O'Connell have switched positions. O'Connell now moving to the left-hand side, which is his more normal position in any case. He's against Sean O'Halpine. Here he is. Missed it. Brian Corcoran has it for Cork. Had a very good last 15 minutes of the first half. Really began to get this Cork team going. 3 players after him. The hand pass outside. Egan into space. McGrath picks it up neatly. Lovely first touch. And the shot by McGrath has got over the bar. He's one of the stars of this match. On his championship debut, he scored 3 points, all of them from play. Timmy Kelleher knocking it back only as far as Jamesy O'Connor, who's now operating on the 40. Tight situation there. Putting that ball ahead there towards David Ford. Let's see what kind of a difference David Ford And Gerald Loughlin and company can make in the second half. That's the shot from Gerald Loughlin, and it's gone over the bar. Stephen McNamara, just in case, was in there to tell the umpire it was indeed a point. Ger's third in the second half, 13 points to 11. What a transformation by the Sparrow. Alan Cummins with one so far. Closed down there by Ollie Baker. In towards the Sparrow, given too much room. Towards David Ford. Sparrow getting a new Hurley. Play continues, and Ford has got his first point of this match since coming in as a second half sub. Player from Ogonnelloe. And she must be mighty pleased, although no great show of emotion there. Will it be Clare then? They've looked the winners for some time past, but Cork giving a very battling performance this afternoon. PG O'Connell, inside it goes. Gerald Loughlin, the Sparrow, injured. The ball is left there. Here come Clare, great chance! And that's it, surely! Stephen McNamara, his first goal of the game, the only goal of the game, and he beats Ger Cunningham with a rasping shot, and now surely it's Clare for this year's Munster final. Gerald Loughlin was injured in the action. It came back to Stephen McNamara, and a wonderful goal for Clare. That's Gerald Loughlin is down there injured, but that's Stephen McNamara, the man who was a hero in '95. Is that the only goal of the game? If it is, it's a winner anyway.
Yes, indeed, Ger. I think that was a tremendous goal for Clare. The Sparrow, I think the match winner was by being put in full forward. He played tremendously well in the second half. Caught the ball, was knocked around, and laid it up. Here it goes again. Tremendous shot from McNamara, and gave Ger Cunningham no chance whatsoever.
Clare with 38 scoring chances in this match. They've taken 20. Cork with 27. They've taken 17. And we're inside the last minute of this match. Brian Lohan again, superb at full-back. What a display we've seen from him this afternoon. Jamesy O'Connor lets it run on. Clare backs, or Cork's backs rather, being pressurised by the Clare men. Sean O'Halpine. This is O'Halpine. This is Diarmuid O'Sullivan on his championship debut. Is it to be a losing one, however? That's Frank Lohan. Lohan for Clare. Their backs have been superb. They've been good in midfield, and their forwards have taken some really good chances. That's David Ford, the man from Ogonnelloe. Jamesy O'Connor advancing with purpose for Clare. The shot from Jamesy goes away to the right. Well, the more experienced Clare men look like they have it. He appreciates that. We're into injury time. And there's the change that Clare have made. Andrew Whelan, by no means a championship newcomer, in he comes from St. Joseph's. And he's replacing the Sparrow, who had a truly great second half. And just think, they were talking before half-time about taking off the Sparrow, and he was one of their heroes. Short puck out to Fergal Ryan this time. Cork trying to set up something in there. Mick Daly, second half sub, partly blocked that time by Ollie Baker. Frank Lohan. Sideline ball for Cork, but time almost up surely. It'll be Barry Egan who'll hit this one. I'm sure they'll try and go for a goal, but trailing by a goal at 2 points. McCormack. That's still Cork, and Shonny McGrath, their top forward today. And he's put it over the bar on his debut. Another one there for Shonny McGrath, who will probably finish this match with 5 points, all of them from play. Only 1-1 between the teams.
It looks at this stage, Ger, that Clare have it won, but you can never tell.
We're well into injury time. Pat O'Connor, the referee, says there's still a few seconds. Here's Brian Corcoran, who's led the Cork team by example from centre half back. The block down there was by Peachy O'Connell. Brilliant play by O'Connell. Inside towards Whelan, the new full forward. Ger Cunningham beaten once this afternoon, but he'll be remembered for some fine saves in this match. Liam Doyle waiting for it. This is Sean O'Halpine. Still going downfield. In towards Alan Brown. Down it comes to McGrath. Can he cap his performance with a goal? Great stop by Davy Fitzgerald. That was a great save, and it's gone for a 65. Well, McGrath very nearly got a goal on his debut championship match.
Yes, a tremendous save by Davy Fitz. It comes in. Brown is there creating havoc. It's shot by Shawnee McGrath. A great save by Davy Fitz and flicked out for a 65.
Which will be taken by Brian Corcoran. That was a great save. Brian Corcoran lobs it into the forwards. In they go after it. And it's all over. And Clare have reached the Munster final. Celebration time for the fans invading this pitch here in Limerick. But what a performance Brian Lohan served up this afternoon. He defied the best that Cork could throw at him, and there were heroes like Liam Doyle as well, Frank Lohan and Anthony Daly, and McMahon coming more into it in the second half. But full credit to Cork as well for making it a good contest and making up for so much of the disappointment of last year's hammering by Limerick.
The Cork match, I remember, like, there was such a build up to it that we felt ourselves, like, within ourselves, that if we played to scratch that we would beat them, because our record against Cork for the previous couple of years was very good.
And I suppose if you talk to all the Clare players, management, the vast majority will point to the Munster final of '97 as being the best display that Clare ever gave. Not so much, it was the whole scene surrounding that. It was playing Tipperary in a Munster final and all that entailed.
Former Clare manager Len Gaynor was in charge of his native county in the 1997 Munster final.
Yeah, I was pulled in as manager of Tipperary in '97, and we both, Clare and Tipperary, weaved our way to the Munster final, and here we were clashing again. All the players that I knew and got on with and all the rest of it, here they were in their prime now, really.
Davy Fitzgerald. Butler is in underneath this one, but Ollie Baker there as well. Kept it moving to Peachy O'Connell. First shot for Clare. First point for Clare. PJ O'Connell from O'Callaghan's Mills, setting Clare on their way. First attack for them, first score. Back to Liam Doyle. Through the centre. Colin Bonner lets that one run away onto the Sparrow. Holding it up for Jamesy to come onto. They got a man over. PJ O'Connell once again. You wonder where's Rémi Ryan. Closing in very quiet, very slowly. There was a trip over by Colin Bonner. Referee says, let's play on. And the Sparrow does, and he puts it over. So switches being made just to try and outfox the opposing defence. Most of the play down at the Black Rock end of Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Michael Ryan came off the legs there of Stephen McNamara. Runs on here for Fergie Toohey to hit. An easy chance by his standards. Towards Liam Cahill, fresh air puck there by Frank Lohan. Cahill is in after this one. Liam Cahill, the All-Star, has just put it wide. He was so close. It's the first genuine goal chance that Tip have had so far in this match.
Yes, that was a great chance for Liam Cahill. Does right, picks it without hold, putting it into his hand, and goes across the face of the goal. But I think Frank Lohan was waiting for Davy Fitzgerald to come to actually clear that ball, and left it go behind him. But a let off there for Clare.
Absolutely. Colin Bonner breaking that one down. Fergie Toohey, I think, broke the stick. Here's Brian Lohan once again. Great clearance again by Brian Lohan down towards Gerald Loughlin. It runs on here. McNamara's after it. And that ends up going over the bar. From one goal chance at one end, Stephen McNamara had a very good chance down at the other. So once again into action comes Brendan Cummins. Going towards the right half forward position. Breaks down towards Kevin Tucker. Bit slow to appreciate it. In the end, kicked into midfield. Conor Gleeson, Tipperary's captain, chasing after him. Jamesy O'Connor almost winning possession. There was the Sparrow. Jamesy has it. Here comes Jamesy O'Connor, shortening the grip on the stick, and he knocks it over the bar in impressive fashion. That's a wonderful score. A second point for Jamesy. 6 points to 2. It's all going very nicely indeed from a Clare point of view. Fergie Toohey throws the shoulder, then goes to the left-hand side. He's done that a couple of times in this match. Good at getting away from his man. Or was it a pass? Was it a shot? No way was that going to beat Brendan Cummins. Lofts it back into the half-back line. That's Clare's half-back line. Daly straight to the dancing feet here of PJ O'Connell. Good block by Rémi Ryan. Comes back to Colin Lynch. And there's always anticipation that the ball may come back to a man in support. It comes to O'Connell and he finishes it off. PJ O'Connell has 2 points and it's 7 points to 2. He's playing with an arrogant swagger in a way.
Every time one of their defenders or their forwards gets into trouble, they always seem to have that extra man that they can find. Tipperary are chasing in 2s and 3s, which means that there's a man free and they're able to use the hand pass and find that man. And we saw that with PJ O'Connell's point.
I think what's impressing me is Clare's eagerness and hunger. Here's Sean McMahon, and he's put it over the bar from 65 metres out. 8 points to 2, and the Bannermen are in command in Cork. Over the years, Tip have certainly had it over Clare in major finals, and this will be a very rare win in a Munster Championship final for Clare against Tipperary if it materialises. Long, long way to go. Caught well by John Lahey, beating the attempted block. He really forcefully hit that one and it drops over the bar. Good point by John Lahey. Is this the start of a Tipperary comeback? There's now only 6 points between the teams and the whole of the second half still to come. And John seems to be saying to his teams, come on, we can still do it. David Fitzgerald for Clare. Tucking that in, went into his own half-forward line. Colin Bonner was out first for it. Now Tommy Dunn into space. Liam Cahill quick off the blocks, trying to get there ahead of Frank Lohan. It's John Lahey once again. Tip looking to the seasoned performers like Lahey and Ryan. That's another fine shot and another great point. 2 points for John Lahey. Don't switch off the set just yet. Downfield it goes. Paul Shelley out there with Barry Murphy. Next it's the Sparrow trying to locate a colleague somewhere. Comes out to Barry Murphy. And Barry Murphy in his first championship match against Tipperary has put it over the bar. On towards Gerald Loughlin. First consideration is to go for a score. And first consideration is right. 3 points for the Sparrow. Noel Sheehy has had a rough time of it in the first half. 6 between them once again. Referee's whistle has sounded. And Clare go in at half-time with a 5-point advantage.
Tough one. We haven't hurled well. We'd hope for a big improvement in the second half, and you might see changes.
We started off at such a cracking pace, you know, that we could have blown Tipperary out the gate, except that we had so many wides, missed so many open chances, and we left Tipperary in the game. And then early in the second half, Tip came back, and I think they drew level with Clare, and they had the wind.
That's Tommy Dunn beginning to turn it on now in midfield. Brian Lohan, the one player they cannot manage to close down sufficiently, still exerting a huge influence. Out to Liam Doyle. John Lahey is now his man, remember. That could make a big difference. Daly tried to take it away with good stick work, gets it back, second time of asking. Away from Tucker, and a good clearance. Picked off here by Conor Gleeson, the Tipperary captain. In towards Kevin Tucker, looking for another point, no doubt. Encouraged by the first, he's got a second! There's only a point between the teams. So Clare somewhat shocked at the start of the second half. Nearly 8 minutes without scoring against 5 points which they've conceded to Tip. Sean McMahon was going forward, held back, however. It'll be a free to Clare. Referee not opting to give him the advantage, although he had possession. You heard Michael Doyle mention just before the break about the breeze. There is a fairly lively breeze at this stage in the afternoon, and it's backing Tipperary. So McMahon into that wind. Nicely hit, well directed, he's put it over the bar. Clare's first point of the second half. Liam Doyle, beaten for it by John Lahey. Sean McMahon. Up to Jamesy O'Connor once again. Just missed that free moments ago. Up towards Gerald Loughlin, taking Noel Sheehy on a tour of Páirc Uí Chaoimh. The Sparrows going by over the head of Michael Ryan on towards Ford, and the referee sees them crash to the net. This is how it happened.
Yes, that's a great score by Clare and a great run by Gerald Loughlin. We've seen him do it in the first half, taking Noel Sheehy away to go, but it's a tremendous shot looking back into the back of the net.
Baker, another good piece of possession for Clare, but runs away to Tucker instead, Kevin Tucker. Here's Declan Ryan, low ball inside. Cahill trying to get clear of Frank Lohan. First touch letting him down, however. Still Liam Cahill. Players calling for possession. Tommy Dunn beside him. In the end, Clare managed to stand firm. Michael Cleary. Tommy Dunn, very good ball outside to Kevin Tucker. Ollie Baker was coming into him quickly. Nicely outside to Cleary once again. Just steadying himself. Great block down by Anthony Daly. Comes back to Cleary once more for Tipperary, and he's content to tap it over the bar. A late point for Tipperary, and just the first score in the match for Michael Cleary. A goal between the teams in the last minute of this 108th Munster hurling final. Ryan curling it in delightfully. In towards Cahill once more. Cross to John Leahy. Oh, he didn't connect as he would have wished. And there was a goal chance there, and he's missed it. And here comes Colin Lynch. What about that for a chance at the other end? Shelley with a marvellous fetch, taking it out of the air, showing great composure. He's bottled up there, however, by the Sparrow O'Loughlin. It'll be a free to Tipperary. We're almost into injury time. It'll be at the discretion of the referee very shortly. Declan Ryan has it for Tipperary. There's a goal between the teams. Michael Cleary knocking it inside towards Tommy Dunn. Brian Lohan, magnificent full-back play. Out he comes again, and a great clearance. Broken down by Gerald Loughlin. Fetched, however, by Declan Ryan. A free to Tipperary. Gerald Loughlin in there with a quick word to the referee, I'm sure just checking how much time is left. He also wanted to make a point to one of his players. It's taken by John Leahy. In it goes, and it's gone wide. Clare can breathe again, and some of the Clare subs and their followers are ready to invade Páirc Uí Chaoimh. They haven't played here in a championship match for a long, long time. I think it was 1968.
1968, that's right, and the referee's given a free out there for an infringement in the square, so it relieves a bit of pressure for Clare.
So Davy Fitzgerald. All eyes on the referee to see just how much time he's left. It's all over, and Clare are the Munster champions once again. Nice moment there between Aidan Butler and Ollie Baker, but it's the fans' time now to come in here to salute their heroes.
But I never felt such a sense of euphoria as having beaten Tipperary that day. I actually went ape outside in the field afterwards, and a Clare supporter jumped up at me with a flag and cut me there in the jaw. And I didn't feel it, and I didn't see it until Jerry Canning said to me when he was interviewing me after for the game, "Who cut your face? You know, what happened to your face?"
Clare had never beaten Tip in a Munster final, and people were saying with this Munster final there mightn't be the same intensity as there were other years because of the open draw, but for us today was everything. You know, winning the All-Ireland is great, but after when you win an All-Ireland you have to earn respect, and today was all about that. We had to earn respect, especially of the older generation of Clare who had never seen Clare beat Tip in a Munster final.
Yes indeed, it's a great, great day for Clare hurling. How many times have Tipperary defeated us in the last number of years? They say you never win a Munster final until you have Cork and Tipperary beat. We have the Tuva beat, and we have the Hare saved as well. It's a great day.
We owned the game that day, played super hurling, very intense, and we were going to win it no matter what the story was. Playing Tip in the Munster final again was special, and we wanted to beat them in a Munster final, and by God we did it with style that day.
This is the moment. Anthony Daly accepts the Munster Cup, and Clare are Munster champions once again. Beware the rest of Ireland. Clare are on their way. Proud, proud Clare people in the background.
an Corn na Mona Show, a Glocka, or some Fern Nemoniac, was Conan Clare. Every Clare man, woman and child came to Cork this weekend on a mission. Our mission was to show that we're no longer the whipping boys of Munster.
Clare had already beaten two of the big three hurling counties, Cork and Tipperary, by the time they met Kilkenny in the '97 All-Ireland semi-final.
The game against Kilkenny, I remember we had huge confidence, I think, in '97 after beating Tipperary in the Munster final. We felt like we were the best team in the country, and I think that we hadn't swelled heads or anything, but we felt we were the best team in the country. And Kilkenny at the time wasn't going all that well, and you know, even though they had the stars there at that time as well, we still felt like that we had the team to beat them.
DJ turned on the most unbelievable second half performance that day, and they were 9 or 10 points down against Galway at half time, and I remember coming away saying, my God, how are we going to stop them? But on the day we played really well. I think the main feature of the day was Jamesy giving a kind of a 5-star display really for us. He was everywhere and scored magnificent points.
Brian Lohan comfortably under it. It's PJ Delaney, by the way, at full forward this afternoon. Ken O'Shea is to the right, Charlie Carter to the left. Conor Clancy is on the 40 for Clare. That's Gerald Loughlin playing it full forward, and he knocks it over the bar from a most difficult angle. So a very good start then for the Sparrow, going back into full forward, where he's been marked this afternoon by Eddie O'Connor. Eddie is entrusted with the full back position, and there he was chasing the shadow of Gerald Loughlin. Good point. Back into midfield. Pat O'Neill remaining at centre half back. And here comes Jamesy O'Connor. Great bit of dash. Wonderful movement, and another very good point. Jamesy O'Connor, 2 attacks for Clare. 2 points for the Bannermen. Into Conor Clancy, hoping to make an impression at centre half forward. Good movement here. O'Connell, Leslie across here. Chance for Hegarty. Oh, it's stopped. It comes back out to the Sparrow, and it's finished. What a great start for Clare. A goal and a point to the credit of Gerald Loughlin. PJ Delaney anticipating. The hand pass was meant for John Parr, went to Ollie Baker instead. Again, they sent diagonal balls across here. Picked up here with Niall Gilligan, hoping to knock it over the bar. That's a fine score. First of the afternoon for Niall Gilligan. One that Clare needed. That will restore a bit of the confidence, and again we see that ball swept across diagonally by Ollie Baker, and the cornermen getting there ahead of the backs. Good score. Colin Lynch in there to challenge Andy Comerford. Still Lynch, still Comerford giving chase. Good layoff at the end of all of that. Here's Jamesy. Great score. Jamesy O'Connor does it, his 5th point. Sun into his eyes, but wind assisted. It's a huge one. Right into the square. DJ in there after it, and going down, and the referee says penalty. Fouled, I think, by Brian Lohan. He stumbled, down he went, and Dickie Murphy had no doubt. 3 on the line. Liam Doyle, Davy Fitzgerald, Anthony Daly, DJ Carey to hit this one. We're now 27 minutes into the first half of the Guinness All-Ireland semi-final. Kilkenny trailing by 4 points. Here comes DJ. Great save by Davy Fitzgerald. A wonderful penalty save. Clare breathe a sigh of relief. It comes out to Conor Clancy. Oh, that was a great chance for Kilkenny. It was well struck, but a wonderful save. And here come Kilkenny, or Clare at the other end, and O'Connell was very nearly in. It's gone out for a 65. Game has really come to life. What a wonderful save, and is she pleased? Sean McMahon will hit this. you think that in the championship a great player like James O'Connor has yet to score a goal, and the goalkeeper Davy Fitzgerald has, and that's gone to the left by Sean McMahon. It remains 1-6 to 5 points. But what a save that was. 3 on the line. DJ coming in. He hit it really well. And a splendid save by the goalkeeper, who just got out ahead of the 2 wing backs. The last piece of action in the first half as the referee's whistle sounds. Clare made a very good start to this game. A couple of points early on, and then a goal by the Sparrow after 4 minutes. Jamesy dropping it off the post. Niall Gilligan responding quickly. Picking it up there ahead of Willie O'Connor. Taking his chance. A second point for Niall Gilligan. If Clare gets to the final, he'll be trying to impress upon the selectors that he should be in from the outset. Play continues up in the middle of the field. Conor Clancy, strongly built fellow, outside towards Jamesy O'Connor. On his left-hand side, very much his trademark in the past. It is again. Jamesy performing his party piece in Croke Park, notching up his 6th point of the day. Kenneth Brennan is marking Colin Lynch, by the way. Adrian Ronan with the puck out, varying it out to the right-hand side this time, towards Andy Comerford. Back by Baker. PG O'Connell, half blocked there by Dan O'Neill. The hand pass inside was intended for Pat O'Neill, but instead it's PG O'Connell on the left-hand side. Usually a good place for him to come to strike to score. O'Connell's first point. Eddie O'Connor has dropped that one down. Jamesy O'Connor in after it, sprinting away from Liam Cohen. The point came from the handling error. It doesn't matter for Jamesy, he's got his 7th point. But Eddie O'Connor and the Kilkenny fans will feel that he should have caught that one and cleared. He didn't. They've looked the fresher, and they lead by 115 to 8 points. Peter Barry trying to force his way through. Jamesy O'Connor is back there helping out again, between Brian Lohan at one end and Jamesy at the other. What a performance we've seen. And that's a wonderful steal by Ford, and it's over the bar. Oh, he's a prodigious talent, David Ford. There's a great togetherness about this Clare team. Wonderful cohesion from goalkeeper up to corner forward, and a great spirit and determination in their ranks as well. That's PJ Delaney goes down to DJ Carey, getting away from Daly. Still DJ. That's what they've needed. Any are back in this, and it's taken the brilliant DJ Carey to get it for them. It was fed ahead here, nicely on for DJ Carey. Got there ahead of Anthony Daly, where he might be hooked on a rasping shot and a wonderful goal. Jamesy O'Connor, low into the middle. Clancy trying to get there first. Instead it's Andy Comerford for the Cats. They're behind by 5 points. About 3 minutes to go. Dennis Byrne has it. No way of going by. Back out it comes towards Peter Barry, and he's put it to the right. Well, there was simply no way past Brian Lohan. He was not going to yield an inch. It seems like it's only a matter of seconds away. It'll be Clare, I think, against either Tip or Wexford, who meet, of course, next week, and Clare have made it! The Munster champions have defeated Kilkenny by 4 points, thanks to some wonderful performances, hardly any better than Brian Lohan at full-back, and Anthony Daly going in to say to him, well done.
Kilkenny really came back into it well for a finish, and DJ got a great goal and brought it back to 4 points. But overall in the day we were that bit better, and I think we won it by the 4 points in the end. And but I think the way we had hurled particularly early on really won the game for us.
And earlier on that year, Babs Keaton had written an article giving an example of the new backdoor system, and his example was, he said, for example, Clare could beat Tip in the Munster final, and then Tip could meet them again and beat them in the All-Ireland when it really mattered. And those 4 words, when it really mattered, were reverberating around my head when I knew the Tipperary were going to be in the final.
I was taken off against Kilkenny in the semi-final, so I was kind of under a bit of pressure, and they had management had put me under a bit of pressure as well, kind of saying that they needed a big game out of me, so I wanted to deliver, and particularly being in an All-Ireland final that you did want to play well, you didn't want to let yourself down.
Taking charge of his 3rd All-Ireland hurling final is referee Dickie Murphy from the Referees Club in Wexford. And the 109th final is underway. Straight away it's Paul Shelley. That's Brian O'Mara sending one in there for David Fitzgerald to save. And Eugene O'Neill incidentally has started this match at full forward. Sean McMahon for Clare, up towards Niall Gilligan. Michael Ryan probably felt he was going to be marking somebody else, that somebody else should have been Fergal Hagerty, but they've made that change, of course. Now Brian Lohan had such a wonderful Munster final, one of the stars that day for the Banner County. Here's Colin Lynch trying to get away from the attentions there of the man in midfield, Conor Gleeson. Back in again to the Clare backs, and again Brian Lohan comes out first time to the ball. Liam McGrath was trying to take it up. It comes to Sean McMahon of Clare instead. Now Colin Lynch up towards Fergie Toohey, chasing after this one. One back here by Ollie Baker. He was being held back. Tommy Dunn was doing the holding. It's a free to Clare. Coming out to take the free, of course, will be Sean McMahon. Well, he got 2 long-range frees in the All-Ireland final here 2 years ago. This about 50 metres out. Chance of the first score, but he's hitting into the wind. Gerald Loughlin has gone into full forward, by the way. McMahon hitting. Has it got the accuracy? It has. So Clare take the lead. Off the hands that time of Conor Clancy. Anticipation by Ollie Baker, coming bursting through the centre. An accurate shot and it's gone over the bar. Ollie Baker's first point, just one between them. The clearance to midfield, contested well by 2 strongly built players. Declan Ryan the winner, however, and racing away here is John Lahey. Should be an easy score for the taking, and it is. No doubt about this one. So the 2 men on the left flank of the attack from Mullinahone have now got their scores, and it's 4 points to 2. Well, that was won there brilliantly by Declan Ryan, getting there ahead of McMahon, on to John Lahey, and that was routine by his standards. So let's go down and join our reporter on the sideline this afternoon, Marty Morrissey.
Well, Ger, I think that both county boards can be expecting further fines, because neither Ger Loughnane nor Lengainer have stayed even on the benches outside the dugout, and despite the best efforts to restrain themselves at various times in this match so far, they have been walking up and down the sideline.
Well, that was expected, I think. Michael Cleary back to Declan Ryan again. Where's the Clare marking? It was absent, and Conor Gleeson got in for his first point. So both midfielders for Tip have scored, and they lead by 3 points. Tip have made the better start in this match, no doubt about that. Con O'Bonnor, their pride is very much, I think, at stake here, because they didn't want to be beaten by the Banner twice in the same championship season. Early days yet. Colin Lynch for Clare, coming in and putting it over the bar. All of the midfielders have scored now, and it's 5 points to 3. Brendan Cummins pucking out. Baker was under it, that's a wonderful catch. Up it goes towards Gilligan's corner once again. He's top of the left. He's on Paul Shelley. An angle shot, and that's got over. 2 in a row for Gilligan. How could they ever think of not playing him? It's 9 points to 6. He's having a little word there with Paul Shelley. So how much time is the referee going to allow at the end of this first half? That's it, he decides. Plays just over a minute of injury time. Tip will be happy going in. Are they to avenge their loss in the Munster final at half-time here in Croke Park in the 109th All-Ireland Hurling final? It's Tipperary 10, Clare 6.
I think we're going relatively well. I don't think we've opened up yet. There's a hell of a lot more in us. I think we'll be booming in the second half. I think we'll be flying.
Well, we've just, in fact, noticed that Aidan Ryan has just come on as the battle for the greatest prize in hurling gets underway once again. 35 minutes to go. Aidan Ryan has gone into right half forward, where Liam McGrath had been playing, as that ball has gone over the bar. What a start to the second half. Wow. 10 points to 7. Liam Doyle will be mighty happy. This is what happened. The man who was marking John Lahey in the first half and continues to mark him came in to get a very rare point in the championship. And they're the fiancé of the team captain, hoping that things will go well. Eugene O'Neill again trying to take that ball up into his stick. Brian Lohan had a real test in the last 15 minutes of that first half against the young full forward Eugene O'Neill. This time a great long clearance downfield. Noel Sheehy put under pressure. Fergal Hegarty racing across for this one with the team captain Conor Gleeson. And it's going to be a line ball for Clare, who have this breeze with them now for the second 35 minutes. We can confirm that Liam McGrath is the player who's gone off, and Aidan Ryan has come on. Colin Lynch. In it goes towards Clancy, the man on the 40, looking for another point. Start of the second half. Clare have made a wonderful start to the half. Conor Clancy operating on the 40. 2 between them, 10 points to 8. Some fresh air pulling in there. Strong, determined, forceful hurling. Tommy Dunn has it. Lose it, however. Back by Sean McMahon. Into the Sparrow. Sparrow has yet to score in this match. Playing it back towards Fergal Hegarty. Again, it's Gerald O'Loughlin. Good probing ball by O'Loughlin. And it's gone over the bar. Gerald O'Loughlin's first point. 1 between the teams. The rematch of the Munster final. Out into the middle, it's picked up here by Ollie Baker. Good vision to pick out Colin Lynch. 45 metres out. Should be another one. And that's gone over the bar. It's the equaliser. A second for Colin Lynch. Clare 11 points. Tipperary 11 points. Not showing any great emotion there on the bench over there, the Clare mentors, but they must be very pleased. They were 4 points down at half-time, and they've now got another. They're 5th of the second half. The team captain under it there, Anthony Daly. Towards Clancy again on the 40. Noel Sheehy dispossessed, but assisted there by Conal Bonner. Oh, he gives it straight to a Clare man, to Ollie Baker, who has support if he needs it. Ups to go with David Ford rather than the Sparrow. Ford having to chase after with Michael Ryan. The other option of the Sparrow might have been the better one. A wonderful phase of continuous play. Good block down here. Ford again, hitting his shot, and he's put it over the bar. A delighted David Ford. This is a great second half spell by Clare, who lead by 15 points to 12. And this is the score, but where was the marking? They were late going out to meet David Ford, far too late in fact. Clare looked ragged, but there's a bit of transformation in the second half, and a great display of character and skill. Here's the Sparrow, sending it in low towards Niall Gilligan. Could have gone anywhere, causing problems for Paul Shelley. Colin Bonner got back goal side, still Gilligan. Just about got enough room to swing the stick and to put it over the bar. And that's his 3rd point in this All-Ireland final. The man we thought had been omitted, but started the game, has made it 17 points to 12. They're on the feet, in the stands, on the terraces, enjoying this moment here again, which they can see on the giant screen above Hill 16. Lahey again over there contesting, gets the break of the ball back down to him from Tommy Dunn. John Lahey looking for his first score of the second score of the second half. In it goes towards Carl, and he's kicked it in! There is a goal in this match. The sub has done it. A goal by Liam Cahill. And Tip are right back in it again. They're in there disputing this one, however, about whether or not he was in the square. Let's watch again. He was just on the edge, I think, when he made the catch. It's a difficult one to call, however. It was John Lahey who dropped it in towards Liam Cahill, right on the edge, but he booted it to the back of the net. Now, where was he when he received it? He could have had half a foot inside. This to be taken by Anthony Daly. Where will that McCarthy Cup be going? Will it be going back to Clare or Tip this afternoon? Or will there be another day out? Jamesy O'Connor has it for Clare. They need a score here just to settle things down, and Jamesy has found the range. 6 points now for Jamesy O'Connor. This is a day he's certainly enjoying so far. 18 points to 113. 2 points the margin. Clare lead. Just over 5 minutes to go. That was a great finish. I think Ger Loughnane won't care too much about names taken or fines later on if his side can hang on for dear life to victory here. This to put just a point between the teams. Real pressure for Tommy Dunn. 5 points so far in this match. 4 minutes left. He drives it in and he drives it, and it's stopped in there, and it's in the back of the net. Another goal, and it's Eugene O'Neill who's got it. Tipperary are ahead by a point. They were hoping to narrow the gap. Tommy Dunn knocked this one in for the side beaten in this year's Munster final by Clare, and Eugene O'Neill was the one who reacted quickly. 3 minutes from the end or thereabouts. A real body blow now for the Bannermen. But even as we watch the replay of that, they've gone downfield, and Ollie Baker has put the ball over the bar for his second point. It's a wonderful contest. They're level for the 4th time in this All-Ireland final. How much time will the referee allow? Another 3 minutes still to play. Will there be a winner? What a final. Jamesy O'Connor goes back to try and forage. Tommy Dunn there, who hit in that free at 65. In towards Eugene O'Neill, the scorer of that goal, to Cahill, who got the other goal. Back it goes towards Liam Doyle. If there were to be a replay, we gather it would be in 3 weeks' time. Aidan Ryan, who certainly has made a difference, making some very good penetrating runs in the second half. It's a wonderful All-Ireland final, full of spirit and determination, full of skill, full of craft, full of all that's the very best in hurling. And a very fast game at that. Liam Cahill, Colin Lynch, a couple of players there to help him. Keeping it away there in spite of the bloody nose. A minute to go. Jamesy O'Connor, will this be the winner? It may be! Jamesy O'Connor, his 7th point, and Clare lead by a solitary score. They are absolutely thrilled and delighted, those Clare fans, all around Croke Park. This, the reason why. What a response to the goal. Here's Lahey at the other end. It's stopped, it's saved. It's a great save by Davy Fitzgerald. And there was a chance for Tipperary to go back in front again. Amazing stuff.
If you're going to shoot for goal, you'll go across the goalkeeper's body, which means he's to turn his hands over. Lahey did that. Went down to my right, which means I had to come over. People will say he mishit it. My answer to that is, right, and I think Loughnane said it afterwards, he thought it was one of the best saves he has seen. In my mind, it was to the fact, you watch how far the ball went off my hurley. If he didn't hit that ball well and hard, it wouldn't have gone out as far off my hurley as it did. Like, if that had gone in, we were in trouble. Like, James's point was great, but as I keep saying to him afterwards, you wouldn't have got player of the year if that went in.
The hand pass to Conor Gleeson, trying to tie up this match. The captain from way out the field, he's gone to the right, however, with the shot, and he's put it wide. So now down to referee Dickie Murphy from Wexford. How much time is left? We had some injuries. There should be a minute or two. David Ford under this one. getting there ahead of Liam Sheedy, sending it across towards the Sparrow. Michael Ryan racing out there as well. The tip forwards needing possession badly. Again, a real hard, tight contest there in midfield just to try and win it back. The referee's decision here will be keenly awaited. He's going to... it's all over! Clare are the All-Ireland champions once again! Champions in 95, champions in 97. They've beaten Tipperary twice in the same championship season. What a championship! They beat Cork, they beat Tip, they beat Kilkenny. They've come back and they've done it again in the All-Ireland final. They were in a tight corner when Tip got those goals, but they are absolutely thrilled and delighted. They've won by the minimum. It's Clare 20 points, Tipperary 2 goals and 13, just 1 point between the teams after a magnificent All-Ireland final.
You know, I suppose what goes through your mind just when you have won an All-Ireland like that is a sense of relief. You know, you are unbelievably relieved that such a tense game, such a tense occasion, such an occasion when there was so much at stake in terms of pride, which is probably the biggest thing between counties. You know, for supporters, your pride is everything. If supporters can't leave with pride, I mean, everything has fallen asunder. It doesn't matter what you have if you haven't got your pride leaving. And for Clare to have beaten Tip in a Munster and then again in an All-Ireland was something unique and something that could never ever be taken away from them. And that was the real glory and the real satisfaction of that All-Ireland.
Tip played tremendous that day, but Clare were just slightly ahead and won by a point, and I would have no qualms about it. I was fierce disappointed Tipperary lost, but it was another golden day for Clare Hurling.
Anthony Daly takes back the Liam McCarthy Cup. Clare are the champions. Champions of Ireland once again. What a magnificent day for them. Young and old will celebrate a famous victory. Just a point in it. But what a game. And they'll always remember it.
Taoiseach, walked around coming Luke Clare Golden. Pana son down Orm. And Curran Liam McCarrick Shaw. Her son Fern Imani as Cundy and Clare. It is indeed fitting that in this year of 1997, the 150th anniversary of the birth of another great Clareman, the great Michael Cusack, that we accept this cup.
Cheers.
Oh, my lovely Rose of Clare, you're the sweetest girl I know. You're the queen of all the roses, like the pretty flowers that grow. You are the sunshine of my life, so beautiful and fair, and I will always love you, my lovely Rose of Clare.
Tony Considine and Clare are celebrating. Well, they might.
Thus Pat O'Donnell came on the scene, a man from Crusheen who indeed had been very involved in GA in Clare heretofore, had a business and a very successful business in Dublin, and Pat came on board, and I'd say, if I recall rightly, about 93.
There is no return from selling the kind of equipment that we are agents for here. It's capital equipment, it's highly priced, and buyers buy based on quality in the product, service and other aspects, but not because I'm a sponsor of Clare Hurling or anything like that. It didn't add one machine to my sales, but what it has done, it has given the company a good profile in Ireland, and a profile that the company is very proud of, to be associated with a team like Clare. And that alone is good. It's goodwill. And it's companies like ours depend on goodwill to a large extent. And that sponsoring of Clare and the name across the jersey over the years put the name in front of people who might otherwise not be totally au fait with this company or who we were. But it brought them into the limelight and it showed them that, okay, we are the company that's behind the Clare team. And from that point of view, there was a lot of goodwill attached to it.
And it has been the first highlight of our entry into Clare, that corner down below in the market, where people...
To crown a great year, Clare won the county's first minor All-Ireland.
Well, was it quite in Malivetson? Shahab Brian Bino McMahon, and it's on the down of Brian Bino, or dear, after Stadion home.
The achievement of the Clare minor win in 1997 was unfortunately overshadowed by the seniors' win, the second All-Ireland, on the same day. Here we had seen Clare win their first All-Ireland minor championship ever, captained by John Redden. And it was fantastic for Clare Hurling.
We reckon that now, that this year, that in '98 we would be at our peak. You know, that we'd never be as good as that again, no matter how long we were there, we'd never be as good as we'd be in that year again. So we really got down to business, trained very, very hard. Cork beat us off the field. I think it was 2-16 to 10 points. Just beat us out the gate. With a young, enthusiastic team, Brian Corkin at centre back. They had been building up this team for 4 or 5 years under Jimmy Barry Murphy, and they felt that they were now at the right, they had the right players, and they were now ready to reclaim their place in Munster.
A much longer puck out by Ger Cunningham this time. Picked up here beautifully. McCormack on his left-hand side. Couple of players inside. Alan Brown waiting there for it. Goalkeeper made the save. Shawnee Farrell there and Shawnee McGrath. McGrath saying, leave it to me. In along the end line by McGrath. He loses the first time, but not the second. And Shawnee McGrath's got the first goal of the match. There are 20 minutes gone, underlying Cork's supremacy in this match so far. It was McGrath who tore in there, beat a couple of players. First touch let him down, but not the second. Quite emphatic.
But it also gave us determination that when it would come to the championship, that things would be reversed. And the training in the weeks leading up to that Cork game, there was hardly any need to say anything to players. Everybody drove themselves here. I suppose it showed the sense of maturity that was about the team at the time.
Clare trained harder than ever for their semi-final meeting with Cork in June. This game marked a new departure as Loughnane started using dummy teams.
Ollie Baker to take this sideline cut. His side 2 points in front. But a match which can still swing either way, although Clare have had the better of things in the second half. Jamesy O'Connor coming in. Clare needing something here. Getting it to the Sparrow, and the Sparrows put it over the bar. Gerald Loughlin's first point since been introduced as a second half sub. Gilligan has come deep, runs on towards Jamesy O'Connor. Having come into this match, he has certainly exerted a huge influence. That's a wonderful stroke. 4 points for Jamesy O'Connor. A wonderful career he's had. In championship matches, he's now scored a total of 77 points in this, his 16th championship game. That's quite a record. Ger Cunningham's puck out. broken here by Baker. Catches it really well. O'Halpine chasing him towards Niall Gilligan. Getting it second time of asking. Taking it by Mark Landers. Gilligan now at right half forward. Looking to stretch that lead even more. And that's another one. And this is a winning performance now very definitely by Clare. Gilligan with 4 points. What a contribution. All of them from play. And Clare lead by 5 points. Cork who come into this match with very high hopes, but Clare are not All-Ireland champions for nothing. Tremendous displays all over the park. Sean McMahon with that huge leap in the air. That's a brilliant block down by Mick Daly of Cork against Colin Lynch, but Lynch gets it again, delivers it downfield. It's kept in play by Alan Markham. Still going by. And from an absolutely hopeless situation, he's put it over the bar. The man who was brought in at the 11th hour has got a second point. Mick Daly coming for it, out to Mark Landers. Landers driving it forward, in over the head of Anthony Daly, waiting for the others to come for it. Lohan did. Shawnee McGrath looking for a late consolation score. He's dragged down, and it's going to be a free on the 20-metre line. Frank Lohan, the one who committed the foul. So a free in, and not a great deal that Cork can do at this late stage, trailing as they do by 21 to 13. Pat Ryan is coming to take it. He's got 3 points so far. One presumes he's going to go for a goal here. He does, and Fitzgerald gets there first. It comes out with the aid of the backline. Sean McMahon trying to keep it away. Barry Egan, the whistle is gone, it's all over, and Clare are still the Munster and All-Ireland champions, and they're through to another Munster final. This time it will be against Waterford. Brian Lohan took a while to settle, but once he did, he had a terrific match, and in fact his man Alan Brown failed to score, but Brian Lohan once again, a wonderful performance, supported by Sean McMahon and Liam Doyle. Ger Loughnane, the king of Clare, once again going down to salute the fans. Terrific support he's got here this afternoon at Semple Stadium, the venue where they won their major Munster title in '95.
I think we played unbelievable stuff that day. We were psyched up that day. I mean, we felt that Cork had given us a good trimming, and we were really psyched up to win that game. And we were more seasoned and battle hardened, and Cork learned lots of good lessons that stood to them in '99. I think out of that day.
Can be such an influence. Waterford hoping he'll get the ball away early into the centre towards Peter Queally. Pulled on over there by Dan Shanahan. The referee says, hang on a while. That was a foul. Speaking to Dan, explaining exactly why. Pulling before the ball had arrived. It's going to be a free downfield to Clare. Anthony Daly still feeling the effects of that challenge. Along with the breeze this afternoon, there's a fair degree of mist from time to time. The team doctor's been out to have a check on Anthony Daly's well-being. He's okay. So the free to Sean McMahon. Rain lashing down just now. Wind behind him from 65 metres out. Then he's put it off the post and back down here again. Oh, what a chance for a goal! Alan Markham. What a start! Clare go a goal in front. It's a real cat and mouse game. Tony Brown lobbing it inside there towards the 2 men inside forward line. Here goes Flynn. Paul Flynn on the ground looking to try and strike it. Stopped by the goalkeeper. The follow-up by Kerwin, neatly taken back by Sean McMahon, and in the end it's cleared out there by Anthony Daly. Well, that was a wonderful save by David Fitzgerald. Waterford had a really good goal chance. Back in the half-back line, they battle to try and get it away. Here comes Ollie Baker. A tight angle for Ollie, and he floats it over the bar. There might well be the difference at the end of this match. It might have been a Waterford goal. It ends up being a Clare point. Second half is underway, and the Munster champions have a handsome lead here I would expect to be fairly bombarded by Waterford in the second half. What will be the Waterford, what will be the Clare reaction? Straight away it's in towards Anthony Kirwan. Micheál White is just to his right. It's 2 against 1. What a start! Kirwan has a second goal, and Waterford have the best possible start to the second half. Only a minute gone, and it's 1-10 to 2-2. Once again, it's Paul Flynn, man who set off and made the first goal. Missed his stroke there, blocked down by Brian Lohan. Here comes Anthony Daly, Clare team captain. Away towards Jamesy O'Connor, starting life for the second half at right half forward. Brian Green is chasing after him. But so far in this match, Jamesy has been winning those sprints. The shot by Jamesy, and it's a wonderful point. We've seen some fabulous scores in this match. And it's 1-11 to 2-2, Clare's first point of the second half. Every possible space taken up here in Semple Stadium. This wonderful hurling surface. Stephen Frampton, a huge one down towards Paul Flynn. Comes out again towards Dan Shanahan. That's another one for Dan Shanahan, and it's 2 in a row now, and his third point in all. And Waterford fans now really have that self-belief that their side is finally going to triumph. It's still a tall order against wonderful champions. The hand pass comes back towards O'Connell, another very good block. Back out it comes once more, Ollie Baker slipping. Getting it beyond Frampton, a good ball to Clancy, and that's a great move, finished off in spectacular fashion by Conor Clancy. And once again Clare blow aside Waterford and expand their lead even more. Tony Brown, that's beautifully in, and that's another one, and it's gone over the bar. 3 points now for Tony Brown, and the Waterford fans continue to have faith and belief in their team. Is there sufficient time remaining? 5 minutes left, 2 between them. Now what a third Waterford goal would do. That's what they'll be thinking. But they'll be happy, I'm sure, just to withstand the next few minutes. Fergie Toohey, nicely inside for PJ O'Connell. This to stretch the lead once again to 3 points. When there's a doubt, Clare can always be depended upon to come back, to take the chances. And that latest one by PJ O'Connell. Yes, Billy O'Sullivan is off, and here it is! Back of the net! The sides are level! Minutes into the second half. Whatever about the lack of advantage, it didn't seem to unsettle Paul Flynn, and the sides are level for the first time since the match started. Gerald McCarthy's on trying to make changes. Waterford will have the free. Still plenty of booing and jeering going on. Paul Flynn has come back to take the free. Now this is back into his own half back line. We're in injury time. This may be the free to win the championship for Waterford. Remember 73 here. Then it was Limerick and Tip. This is much farther out. He's on his own 45-metre line. Really gripping drama. A goal and 2 points, a strong breeze backing him. What chance has he of getting it? It's high, seems to be going to the right, and it's gone wide. Well, it was a high percentage risk, they knew it, but they went for it. It looks like it's going to end in a draw, but that's been said before. How much time will the referee add on? He's looking at his watch. It's 19 points to 19 in points. There's still a few seconds, Willie Barrett decides. Not anymore, it's all over. And the Munster hurling final has finished level. Gerloughnan's side was 8 points ahead at half-time. But Gerald McCarthy's side battled, aided by the breeze. Clare created 27 chances and took 17. Waterford created 31 chances, 4 more than Clare, and took 13 scores.
They've got another chance. I know we'd have liked they've held on there in the end, but Waterford deserved the draw at least, and I think the fairest result, if ever there was a fair result to a game, this was it today. A tremendous game.
They might have won it, Gerald. They had that last free, and you were shaking, I'm sure.
Definitely, we were really shaking there towards the end. They had us on the run for the last 20 minutes. We came back afterwards to our hotel on the way back, and all that had happened during the game was, I suppose, rehashed, and there was a resolution there that was like Cork in the first round, that this was not going to happen again. And the next day we would be ready, and boy, were we ready. We went down. I remember inside the dressing room before the game, somebody said it was raining. You know, somebody said it was raining, and I had a rain top actually on because I was out in the field before the game, and just to show them, I caught the rain top and put it flying across the dressing room. So it was rain didn't matter, nothing mattered. It was out to beat Waterford in that final.
Once again, Willie Barrett is the man in the middle for a mighty Munster final replay confrontation between these great rivals, Waterford and Clare. Great rivals of 98, and a mighty confrontation too.
The two grasshoppers in Thurles that day, sensing the tension that was there, one of them said to the other, "Geez," he said, "something's going to happen." He said, "What are you going to do?" He said. So the other one said, he said, "Hop up here in the ball," he says, "it's the only place you'll be safe." And that's the kind of thing it was.
By one of his linesmen, Pat O'Connor from Limerick, and this may mean that referee Willie Barrett will speak to two players, James O'Connor of Clare and Brian Green of Waterford.
There has been a directive given today to the board county boards that any incursions onto the field are going to be severely stopped. There's 4 officials from the Munster Council to actually stop the incursions onto the field, and the only guys allowed onto the field today are Gerald McCarthy and John Loughnane, and if it means Willie Barrett stops the play to get rid of this, he's going to do so.
That adds to the tension and the drama and the excitement. Now Tony Brown topped his first free of the day. Tony Brown, man of the match in the drawn game, and a chance for him to get his touch back. But Liam Doyle is there for Clare, so too the captain Anthony Daly in his 7th season as skipper of the team. Hard clash in the middle of the field. Fergal Hartley went for his first touch there, and this is Stephen Frampton, the Waterford captain, without a helmet today. Cut out by Liam Doyle, his 2nd touch of the game, and a first touch for Brian Flannery, who's playing at right full back. I can tell you, and this will be of particular interest to Waterford indeed, that Tom Feeney is playing at full back. Paul Flynn, his first touch, does well to stand his ground there and stay in play. He showed wonderful balance, then the ball ran away from him. First scoring chance of the day to Paul Flynn, off his left side, gloriously taken by Flynn. This is Davy Fitzgerald from 6 Mile Bridge, one of the top goalkeepers in the game. Stung by the goals he conceded the last day. Fergal Hartley for Waterford. One of the top centre-backs in the game, very strong man. To Peter Queally, who's also a very, very strong man. Good delivery by Queally. They're playing into the town goal, and the free will be where the ball lands, and it'll be a free to Waterford and Paul Flynn, as Micheál White and Brian Lohan get to grips.
Yes, Jim, there's been some individual battles all over the field, and it's going to be hard for the referee. I think he's the key man in the centre at the moment, and it's going to be a very, very good, difficult day for him.
Brian Lohan has indeed been sent off, and a Waterford man has gone off as well. That's Micheál White. Now, it's extraordinary developments, and indeed there are groups of players all around the field trying to sort things out, but eventually play goes on, and this is Dan Shanahan bidding to give Waterford a lead of 2 points to no score, but he's put that one across the face of the goal and wide.
Because Waterford lost their focus completely, and Clare, like Meath, dug in, huddled away. The 14-a-side game didn't discomfort them in the slightest.
The ball came there from Anthony Daly, who was a captain there who led by example. Baker across field. A first touch for Niall Gilligan over at top of the right against Mark O'Sullivan, who was playing at top of the left. And a very good ball in by Gilligan from 6 Mile Bridge, and that's a brilliant point by the young man who battled hard to get the ball and did ever so well to put it back over the bar. This is the sturdy figure of Shawnee McMahon,
One of the great stylists of back play. As he gets that ball in, and it's gone in all the way. And Brendan Landers is distraught. It's a Clare goal. Sean McMahon, 3 points to his name after the first half. 2 65s and a long range free. What happened when that 65 came in from Sean McMahon? There was a stick and it went in. Brian Green just missed the jump at that one. And that ball in by Fergal Hegarty. And over the bar. And once again we see Clare substitutions working. Now what is it about Loughnane and Considine and McNamara? They make a move, it pays off, and the banner's flying. Clare win the ball. It breaks to Fergal Hegarty. And then it runs loose to David Ford. And again off his favourite left side. There's a point here for David Ford. Oh, this is a beautiful hurler. This young man has so much confidence, so much power, so much skill, and so much finishing ability. We saw that last year on a couple of big days. We're seeing it again today. David Ford of O'Gonalaw hits a clear point. And Ger Loughnane knows that the dander is up now. Out comes Johnny McMahon again. Back to his absolutely brilliant best. And what a run this is by McMahon. And then he loses it. That so often happens. Tired legs there. Dan Shanahan. Blocked by Liam Doyle. Controlled. Swept away. All in one movement. That was beautiful hurling skill. That should go on an instruction manual the way Liam Doyle did that. As Gerald Loughlin gets it in. Brian Flannery with a catch. That should go on an instruction manual too. Can he get in the clearance? He does. Great play. Dan Shannon, look at the way he caught that ball. This is wonderful hurling. This is the beauty and majesty of hurling. David Fitzgerald to dodge the tackle and get in the clearance. What a passage of play. I just hope that this ends in a score. It deserves to, of either side. We wouldn't mind. Fergal Hartley. This powerful man. But a top clearance. Comes to Alan Markham. And he puts it over the bar. And a long, sustained passage of superb hurling ends in an Alan Markham point for Clare, the Banner County. James O'Connor, lovely little run. Great block by Brian Green, but it comes to Niall Gilligan. Will he take his point to go for a goal? Goal! Gilligan! The big question is that it? Gilligan had the confidence and the finishing drive to put it in the net. Gilligan of 6 Mile Bridge, the Clare goal scorer. Oh, very well taken down by James O'Connor. Lovely ball to his right. Onto it comes Colin Lynch. Colin Lynch to go for his own score. And it's gone over off the stick of Brendan Landers. Good ball in by Colin Lynch. Great pass by James O'Connor. We're in the last minute of the match. Shorty McMahon and Anthony Kerwin. They've had a great duel over there all during the last 15-20 minutes or so. And the referee will blow the final whistle. It's all over in Thurles. A game that started explosively ends in hugs and handshakes. And Ger Loughnane has a smile, the smile of victory. And the explosive nature of the beginning of this game gives way to sportsmanship and jersey swaps as Clare retain their Munster title on a scoreline of 2 goals and 16 points to Waterford's 10 points.
We pulled away comfortably enough in the end, but we were disappointed with our first day performance, and we were very keen the second day to make it up. And I suppose Waterford were as keen as well to go the distance, and maybe that's why the things that happened did happen. But you know, in the end we won it comfortably enough and we were delighted with the win.
so, in his 7th campaign as team captain, Anthony Daly lifts the Munster Cup for the 3rd time in 4 years.
The 98 semi-final was a repeat of the 95 final.
The match referee is a man who won an All-Ireland medal back in 1980 when Galway won back the cup, and that of course is Jimmy Cooney there, and supported by his linesman this afternoon, Eildon Moxivna and Michael Bodkin. So Darren Hannafy has indeed started in midfield for Offaly, up towards Johnny Dooley. They come looking for the first score. Perhaps it'll be brother Joe who'll get that first score. Challenged and harassed the whole time by Anthony Daly. Joe, vastly experienced player. Most experienced man on the field, has got a 65. Brian Wheelahan. Perfectly still day. That's a beautiful shot and that's a lovely point. Won by Ollie Baker. He's having a wonderful season. Towards PJ O'Connell, back from suspension. Nicely put outside here. A chance for David Ford from McGonagall, and he's put it over the bar. Good attack by Clare, producing a score, and David Ford ties up the match. David Ford swinging it across here towards PJ O'Connell. Enterprising play by Clare. They go the long way around, but it's a lovely point, and now just the minimum minute. PJ O'Connell's first point. Baker storming forward in beyond the Sparrow. This is nicely picked up here by Niall Gilligan. He was trying to one-hand it forward to PJ O'Connell. He has Conor Clancy inside, gives it towards Clancy, pressurised instantly by Brian Wheelahan. Wheelahan on his left-hand side, dropping it back into the Clare half-back line. Liam Doyle trying to break it away. Here comes Paddy Mulhare, now in the half-forward line, and that's a good shot, and that's the first point of the second half for Offaly. Paddy Mulhare from St. Rynagh's, making it 8 points to 6. Because Offaly are tigerishly sticking to their task. Gary Hannafy may well be coming in pretty soon as we watch that one sail over the bar. That's another point for Offaly. Fergie Toohey with that point for Clare, I should say, and it's 9 points to 8. That's Hannafy who's just come in. Alan Markin. One Wheelahan leaving it for another. It's Brian who gets it away. Not so far this time. Ollie Baker picks it up magnificently in midfield. The shot by Baker is high, and it's gone over the bar. And it's the equaliser. Superb play by Ollie Baker, and it's 11-all, and the sides are level for the 5th time. Nicely to Gilligan. Angling this one in towards Alan Markham, runs on here beautifully. Toohey's in, and it's a goal! Fergie Toohey! Is that to be the decisive moment in this game? A swift attack, and Fergie Toohey scores with 23 minutes gone in the second half. It came in for Gilligan, bad defending, but Toohey was in to slip it back. Stephen Byrne. The only goal of the match so far, and it is going to Clare and to Fergie Toohey. McMahon against Ryan, and Sean McMahon again, once more breaking Offaly hearts. Ryan and Johnny Dooley. It's Ryan who was fouled that time. Jamesy O'Connor turning away from the action, but it'll be a free for Offaly, and Johnny Dooley's about to take it. And just before he does so, let's have another word from the sideline.
Further news from the Offaly camp. Billy Dooley will be introduced in a moment. The man will be coming off is John Ryan.
That's gone in. Where will it end up? It's a goal! Once again, Johnny Pilkington has scored against Clare in a major match. That free by Johnny Dooley, dispatched to the net following some uncertain defending, and delighted Offaly fans have seen their side edge close once more. It was Dooley who took the free, a low enough trajectory, batted out by Davy Fitzgerald for about the 3rd time of the match, and Pilkington said, take that. Out by Mulhare, on towards Johnny Pilkington, the man who got the goal. Here comes Pilkington, 20 metres out, he's put it over the bar. Johnny Pilkington with a goal and a point. An Offaly lead by a point. Out here, a strong man trying to get away from the Clare forwards. Clare will battle like tigers for the last couple of minutes just to try and preserve their title. But are we to see a side beaten in a provincial final get through to the All-Ireland final itself for the second year in a row? Are Offaly about to dethrone the champions? Offaly had shown us no form whatsoever this year, and that time there's a chop. The referee goes to Kevin Keenahan and says, "You're the guilty party," and that's a free in for Clare. They may be saved yet. Hubert Rigney looking back at match referee Jimmy Cooney. Could it possibly go to a replay? Jamie has got 5 out of 7 frees so far. This the most crucial. This to make it level. He's done it. Jamesy O'Connor with 6 points, or rather 6 points, yes. And it's 113 to 113. We're in injury time. Now it's at the discretion of the referee. They've been level 7 times. How much will the referee add on? Is there something somewhere somebody can do? Not this afternoon. It's all over. It ends in a draw. The referee added on about 30 seconds of injury time. It ends in handshakes, but they're going to have to go through the entire exercise again.
The replay had a bizarre ending as Jimmy Cooney blew up ahead of time when Clare were leading by 3 points.
Murphy's gone over to top of the left in a switch with Alan Markham. Mean on the opposite side here, it's Niall Gilligan trying to set something up, out by Martin Hannamy. Comes back out here to Jamesy O'Connor. Wonderful footwork by O'Connor, taking himself away from danger. He puts it over the bar. Clare's first point then arriving after 7 minutes. And it's Jamesy who gets it. Oh, he's had a tremendous championship season so far. Clare's leading point scorer, turning beautifully here, having danced away from a couple of tackles. Well, let's see how it all pans out as we see the fullback Brian Lohan, marvellous clearance to the centre. Jamesy O'Connor dashing around the place. Good ball downfield, angling that one in there beautifully. Barry Murphy takes it up first time. Here's a chance, great stop, and it's gone for a 65. Good stave by Stephen Byrne. Well, for once, the new man in Barry Murphy got the better of Simon Wheelahan following this angle pass across here from Jamesy O'Connor. Beautiful pick up initially. Watch as the goalkeeper came out, made the save, and that's the game's first 65. This really was tremendous skill, but it was also a very good chance. Well, using his body well just to deflect that one out. So it's going to be Sean McMahon who'll take the 65 to try and tie up this game. They look at it, give it 100% concentration, and decide that it has got the range, the distance and the accuracy, and it's 2 apiece. Well, that'll please him a great deal more. Stephen Byrne once again. It's a very fast match. Ollie Baker batting it out here. That's taken up by Alan Markham, who's discarded the black helmet towards Barry Murphy. One-hander trying to get it forward. Support coming in from Fergie Toohey. Murphy has it again. He missed the goal. He has got the point and Clare lead. Well, Johnny Dooley is now racing back to take up his position. He's actually being switched to left half forward. Liam Doyle has it. Driven in towards Barry Murphy. Beyond him. Oh, it's a great goal! Alan Markham. 1-5 to 2 points. 23 minutes into the first half. From this long-range lob by Liam Doyle over the head of Barry Murphy there, but Markham ran onto it and finished splendidly. The first goal of the match has arrived. It's arrived to Clare, the Munster and All-Ireland champions, and there was nothing Stephen Byrne could do about it. Here's Simon Wheelahan hitting it down. Clare have superior fitness, it seems, but they may well need it if Offaly can apply good pressure. Wheelahan again up there in the forward. Here's a goal chance, Joe Troy. Out they come. And the shot has gone in. It's buried, and Billy Dooley's got it. the second half. Billy Dooley has put just 5 between them. There was real intense pressure on that Clare back line. Too much pressure on this occasion, and Billy whipped it into the back. Troy might have got it. First touch not great. Quinn was trying to get it away from goal, but Dooley put it beyond David Fitzgerald. Now we should have some last 19-18 minutes of this All-Ireland semi-final. Kevin Martin. Fergie Toohey. It was 9 points of a gap just a few minutes ago. Jamesy O'Connor wanted to keep Clare's supremacy and dominance, and he's got his 3rd point. An excellent contest during the second half. Scores going this way and that, and there may be a change, and the Sparrow may be about to come in. Doyle, Daly, the 2 wing backs, and in the middle, David Fitzgerald. This time to take it, it's going to be the man who was dragged down, Joe Erity from Burr. Can he score and put just, 4 points between the teams? Referee trying to make sure everybody's outside the exclusion zone. He drives it and he scores! "22 minutes into the second half. It's 2:14. It's 1:14 to 2:7. This was Joe Erity coming up, and that was Joe Erity beating the defence. Referee's going to throw the ball in. Brian Wheelahan making himself available, and it said it's going to be Erity and somebody else. Ollie Baker may have been that somebody else. Gary Hannafy whipping on it on the ground there. That's a beautiful pick up there by Brian Wheelahan. The referee saw the earlier foul, however, for wonderful composure by Wheelahan. The man who started the day at half-back didn't have a particularly good first half, but then so many of his colleagues failed to shine. Switched into the forwards to take this free and try and cut it down to a 3-point difference once more. He's going for it. He's got it. Brian Wheelahan's point coming with about 3 minutes to go, and it's 1:16 to 2:10, and that is 19 points to 16. His side trailing. A place in the All-Ireland final against Kilkenny at stake. And this replayed Guinness semi-final. All eyes, possession vital. Hubert Rigney has it, the centre-half back for Offaly. Can't get a good connection on it. Ollie Baker's there. Trying to take it away from his man near the sideline. Barry Murphy now full forward against Kevin Keenan. Keenan into the centre. Fortunate that there weren't too many Clare players there, and Joe Dooley was able to take it away from one of them at least. Now Hubert Rigney comes back there off Niall Gilligan. Michael Dignan trying to get it down. Stalemate. Referee may just throw it in. But what a finish we're having here. Offaly, who never really yielded to any opposition, even to the Munster and All-Ireland champions, gave it the roll in the second half. Had to make up an 8-point gap. That may prove decisive before the end of this. That's away by Kevin Martin, not too far. Keenan trying to get it out. Barry Murphy trying to get it back in. This is the man. And the referee has blown up his whistle, but I think he's blown up before time. I think there are 2 minutes left.
And then Barry Murphy had the ball about 21 yards out. He was going to take on Kevin Martin, and the whistle went. And I was looking at him say, is it a free in or what is it? And next thing I saw Jimmy Cooney's hands flying in all directions. The game was over. And it was a sense like, there was no sense of euphoria, no sense of delight that the game was over. Everyone was looking at each other and saying, what's happening? And Michael Bond was just down from me, and he showed me his watch. I think the 33:16 was on the watch, something like that. And he said the game is over, and I said, I know, sure, what's he doing? So we took it that the referee's word is final, and that we were in the All-Ireland, even though if you went into Clare's dressing room you wouldn't think you were in the All-Ireland, because nobody got any satisfaction out of it. You know, the result was there. We'd have preferred if the game went on, let it finish out whatever time it had, and listen, we were going to win the game. It was as simple as that. We never felt we were in the slightest danger of losing the game. And we were inside afterwards, and the first inkling I got that anything was wrong was I went out in the corridor, and the journalist was there, and Paddy Hickey, who's in the Irish Independent now, he said to me, a game consists of, in the rule book he said, a game consists of 2 35-minute periods. And that was the first time I got any inkling that the result could be in doubt. And I said it to a number of people, and they said, no, the referee's decision is final, So we hung around the dressing room for ages. We went upstairs with the Offaly lads, and they were slagging us away. They were after playing Kilkenny actually in a challenge game, and they were saying, you want to be careful with Kilkenny now. They're better than people think they are. So they went away anyway, and there was a bit of slagging saying, you'll give us another day. You play another game. There's 2 minutes. There should have been 2 minutes more. You'll play us again, and it ended like that.
Swapped my jersey with Gary Hannafy. I think I was marking at the time, and made my way towards the tunnel, and I remember there was a bit of controversy happening up the top end of the field anyway. And I remember Brian Whelan coming running down to me, and he said, Anthony, he says, it's not over, he's playing on, there's 2 minutes to go, he blew it up by mistake. And I said, Brian, I'm wearing an Offaly jersey now, I'm out of here, we're in the final as far as I'm concerned. And I remember Whelan, he knew he wasn't getting any good out of me, so he decided to move on to someone else. And I think he tried Lohan and said the same to Lohan, and Lohan just kept walking as well.
And I remember reflecting and saying, that's not good, because straight away it would have clicked with me that game, that isn't played for the full period, has to be replayed.
First inkling I got that night was Marty Morrissey rang me, and he said that, he said that RTE have been put on standby for 3 o'clock next Saturday in Thurles. Jesus, I said, why would they be on standby? I knew something was really up. So I remember meeting Phelan Murphy from Galway in the Burlington afterwards, and I said, there's some talk of a replay, and he, like all of us, was saying that's only absolute rubbish, that's only hearsay. But when Marty rang me, I knew that was it. I knew that there was something really wrong, that the result was in doubt, and that some way would be found that there was going to be a replay. Now, there was all kinds of rumours going around. It was the time of the Oma tragedy, and the rumour was that there would be a replay and the money would be given to the victims of the Oma tragedy. That was already going around on the Saturday night. So by late Saturday night, we knew that there was going to be a replay.
Frank Murphy from Cork was the chairman, and they outlined the problem, and I suppose we had reflected quite a bit on it beforehand, and I suppose we felt that, we had been having a lot of bad press, and maybe we might be as well off to concede that we played, and we went in anyhow. I think the committee might have anticipated we were going another direction. I thought that they were very much in tenterhooks on that same morning. But anyhow, the upshot of it was, of course, that we agreed to play it, and it was played again, and I suppose everybody knows from there what happened.
If anything, the jeering and the booing is serving to just motivate him even more. Here's Joe Dooley. Made a great start to the match. Trying to link over there with Paudie Mulher. This is Anthony Daly. Ollie Baker cleverly working it to John Redden. The 19-year-old looking for his first point in Championship hurling at senior level. And it's come in the 11th minute. That's a tremendous point by John Redden, forming a solid alliance with Ollie Baker in midfield, and only 2 between them. But it was the 2 midfielders that combined. The hand pass from Baker, but that wonderful shot off his left from John Redden. Wow, what pace there is in this match. Fantastic so far. Baker cutting in brilliantly, looking to cut the lead to 1. That's a great point from the sideline ball. Awfully slow to pick up Ollie Baker, and the 2 midfielders now for Clare have scored the last 2 points. It's so simple here. The marking was very slack. Johnny Dooley very slow to close in on Ollie Baker, and in the end it's worked out to Kevin Martin. Brian Lohan has missed it. Frank Lohan and Sean McMahon go back there to help. It's McMahon who gets it out to Brian Lohan. Huge cheer from the banner following. Up beautifully there. Here's a scoring chance, and there's the equaliser, and Owen Martin has put it over the bar. Man of the match 7 days ago. A goal of 3 points then. A point today will do. Conor Houlihan in there, one of the spectators in that Clare section. Down towards Brian Whelan, playing it left half back just now because David Ford's going to cross there. Johnny Dooley outside here. Johnny Pilkington comes onto it. He gets another point. First of the day. He got 1-1 in the first game. He got a point last Saturday, and another one here now. It was played beautifully outside to the waiting Johnny Pilkington from some distance out, and the Burman sticks it over the bar. David Ford, that's a lovely pick up by Ford, and he drives it over the bar. So now it's 6 points apiece, and they're level for the third time in this match. A lovely first touch by Ford made this possible. Just picked it up, slipped away from his man, into space. Nothing too complicated, but a great score. Wheelahan about to take it. Great ball. Well taken again by Sean McMahon, another player to discard the black helmet. David Ford still wearing his. Angling this one across towards Niall Gilligan, making the catch. That's important. Getting away from Hanamy, and it's over the bar. Clare striking another bit of good form. Gilligan's first of the day. So valuable. It's when he got out there ahead of Martin Hanamy to take possession cleanly. Look how far he had to go out to get enough space, but he got it and he made it. Jamesy driving it down towards Niall Gilligan. Alan Markham there too. It's Markham who gets there first. The man who was denied a goal just seconds ago. Inside towards Gilligan, breaking it down towards Scanlon. They've got a man over. A great save again by Stephen Byrne. Two fantastic saves. Markham on the follow-up. Gilligan and Markham wait inside. They want the ball fast. Gives it outside to Jamesy O'Connor. Getting away from his man, who's Hubert Rigney, hitting the shot, and now it's over the bar, and the margin is down to 2 points. Jamesy's third point of the day, delighting the fans and the saffron and blue. This is where he beat Hubert Rigney 20 metres out, made a better angle, and got his first point from play. Certainly their season depends upon it, and the champions don't want to give up their title. But they're under pressure here. Ryan with the pass outside. That's Joe Dooley, and he's done it again. 5 points for Joe Dooley. It's an absolutely wonderful performance. Jamesy O'Connor trying to do something about that. Clare needing a goal badly. Daly, he'll be content with this one to go over the bar, which it does. Always capable of producing something special. The captain from Clare Castle. His first point this afternoon. Shame there should have to be a loser. Right now the All-Ireland champions in trouble. Gilligan across to Jamesy O'Connor. Picks it up the second time, races past Hubert Rigney. Still Jamesy O'Connor, never scored a goal for Clare in Championship hurling. On the line there, back in by Markham, it's another 65. Oh, I hope your hearts are okay. That's 4 65s. Referee's in there very quickly, and he's had a word with his umpire. Joe Dooley has had a fantastic game this afternoon. He got 5 points, a tremendous display, as good as he's ever given in Championship hurling. Anthony Daly is about to lob this one in. They're all in after it. Clare simply have to get a goal to save the match, and it's gone wide. Byrne, one of the heroes. It's looked for a long while like it's got to be Offaly's day. We are now nearly 2 minutes in injury time. That man looks sad. Byrne knows it, it's all over. Clare have won. A fantastic, titanic struggle against Clare, and the All-Ireland champions are out. They were bidding to get into a third final in 4 years, but they've been denied by superb play. Wonderful goalkeeping by Stephen Byrne. Wonderful points by Joe Dooley, 5 in all. Ollie Baker disappointed as he makes his way out. Last year, in the start of this experimental phase, it was an all-Munster final. This year, in the second year of the phase, where the beaten finalists in the provincial series get back at quarter-final level, it's going to be an all-Leinster final. For the first time ever, it's going to be Kilkenny against Offaly.
I think it was the greatest display of character, and it really showed the terrific character of those players, that they should play so well in that game against Offaly, who were then are in that game at the height of their power. They had 2 games behind them. I mean, they hadn't bothered in the Leinster Championship. They had now 2 games in Croke Park behind them, and everything favoured them going into Thurles. I mean, they'd have been a terrible team to lose that game. And now, as it turned out, they played some magical hurling. And Joe Dooley got brilliant points, fantastic points. But we were still there. We were still hanging in. And only their goalie made 3 fantastic saves. They only still beat us by 3 points.
This was the 5th meeting of Tipperary and Clare in the 90s. The score to date was 3-1 in Clare's favour.
Colin Lynch against Eddie Enright. Up towards Ollie Baker. It's Baker against Fergal Heaney. Comes out to Niall Gilligan. Gilligan has support over there. That's Jamesy O'Connor. Jamesy O'Connor! Jamesy O'Connor gets the goal for Clare. After 9 minutes of the second half, Gilligan set him up. And this is where Jamesy received possession and buried it to the right of Brendan Cummins, and that's his first ever goal in the championship. Now will that first goal by Jamesy establish a Clare recovery? Under pressure are the Tipperary full back line. Frantic pressure, Ollie Baker against Fergal Heaney. Back it comes once more to Gilligan. Blocked down. He did well initially. Comes back towards David Ford and it's put over the bar. That's the second point now for David Ford. But that all-important goal has established a recovery for Clare. So Clare go back in front once again. The lead has now changed hands on 5 occasions, but Tommy Dunn wants an equaliser here, and it got over the bar. Tommy Dunn, 5 points in the match. And I've noticed down below me here that Paul Kelly is being prepared. In fact, not just that, he's already into the action. And Brian O'Mara has been taken off the Tipperary team. And still very much the issue in doubt here. Clare trying to hold on to their Munster Championship, the title that they won back last year. Liam Cahill here. Cahill going through against Frank Lohan on his left-hand side. He strikes it beautifully. Great hurling by Liam Cahill. And that's 3 points now for the Tipperary corner forward. 12 points for Tip, 1-8 for Clare. So the 3 wise men of Tipperary consider another possible change. We'll just have to see what their thinking is. Tucker setting away, 45 metres out now. Point chance here for the taking, and he has put it over the bar. That's a great score by Eddie Tucker. A good solo run, but more importantly, he knew when to stop and put it over the bar and make it 14 points to 1-9, or 14 points to 12. Conor Gleeson. Inside towards Tucker. Tucker on the 40, causing problems there for Sean McMahon. In towards the man who was on the 40, who was Declan Ryan, and Ryan raises a huge cheer. And a white flag with his first point of the match. Tip are looking like they're about to end Clare's reign. But is it going to be enough? Let's go down to the sideline once again to Kieran.
Nicholas English has asked George Friend from Toomevara Club to warm up. He could be coming into the game shortly.
This is Ollie Baker. Clearly hampered by injury. David Kennedy lets it drop down. They managed to get it away in the end, however, to Fergal Heaney's intervention. Liam Doyle coming up onto it. He's 40 metres out from the Tipperary goal. David Forward trying to get in there. 3 Tipperary men alongside him. Still managed to get some much room, and he puts it over the bar. 3 points now for David Ford, and still really anybody's match. 15 points to 110. Alan Markham is the one who's made way, by the way. So Conor Clancy has come in and he's gone straight into full forward. Ollie Baker has gone back out around midfield. Meanwhile, Brian Quinn tries to get that ball away. Eddie Enright tries to get it in. Instead, it's picked up there by Kelly, and Paul Kelly has put it over the bar. Paul Kelly's first point since coming on as a second half substitute. So following on that Clare point, there's an instant response, and Tipperary once again have a lead of 3 points. Oh, it's going to be a tense last 8-9 minutes of this match. End of Flannery. Clare won't give up in a hurry. Towards Niall Gilligan, going for the score himself, and he's got another one. Gilligan's second point, 16 points to 111. That's 16-14. A look on the watch, some 27, 28 now nearly minutes gone on the second half. 7 remaining. What chance of draw here? There would be a replay next Saturday, and again it would be at Páirc Uí Chaoimh. Tip have looked good. Clare are not going to give up. Tommy Dunn down there towards Shelley. Shelley against Frank Lowen. In comes Cahill, and he's put it wide. Tip have had some pretty good chances throughout this match to have increased their lead, and they haven't been able to take them. Cahill with 3 points in the match. Davy Fitzgerald's puck out, right down the centre. David Kennedy against David Ford. The Clare man wins that. Back it comes, however, here. Stopped here by Conor O'Connor. Towards Declan Ryan. Quinn just got enough on that outside towards Anthony Daly, who says, go on, take it yourself, and lash it back into the forwards. This time it's in there towards Clancy. Can he get his first point since coming in here? He can! Conor Clancy's first point, and Clare edge ever so much closer. 16 to 112. Only a point in it. 6 minutes remain. What a thriller once again from Páirc Uí Chaoimh for the second week in a row. And here's Ollie Baker for the Munster champions, Colin Lynch. Ahead of him is David Ford. This is where they try to draw level. And the Flannery's ahead, but Ford won't need assistance if he can get enough latitude. Bottled up there well by Kennedy. Corcoran's there as well, and Tip won it back, and it's David Kennedy who gets it away downfield, down towards Paul Shelley, taking up position there at right half forward. Liam Doyle partly blocked down there by Paul Kelly, comes back towards once again Liam Cahill. Cahill needed a bit more space. It's Frank Lowen instead. Great challenge there with Conor Gleeson. What a titanic struggle. Tommy Dunn from way out the field. It's gone wide. And Paul Shelley was down in front of goal saying to him, why didn't you give it to me? I had a goal chance. You just had to find me. David Kennedy's down, injured. And straight away the medical people are in to attend to him. Well, it's a match which once again has shown us the greatness of this fabulous sport. When two teams go in fearlessly, showing courage, showing determination and skill, training all year long for absolutely no reward in a monetary sense. Colin Lynch, that is going towards the left. The keeper comes out, and once again Brendan Cummins with a very fine save. Out to Eamon Corcoran. Corcoran hurling it down inside there to the inside line. Shelley gets away from his man. It's Paul Shelley winning the race against Frank Lowen. Can he get a goal here? Oh, it's a great save, and it's gone out for a 65. Paul Shelley did everything, but David Fitzgerald was equal to it. This was the moment when Tipperary probably felt, we're going to win this match, but that was a fantastic piece of goalkeeping by Fitzgerald. A second half that's had everything. Great scores, misses, saves. Everybody giving the last ounce of energy for the cause. Tommy Dunn about to take the free. The 65-metre free. His side ahead by a point. About 3.5 minutes still to go. Is it on target? It is. He's got 7 points, and Tip lead the champions. Tip beaten twice in the championship 2 years ago, lead by 17 points to 112. But those 2 defeats against Clare surely rankled. Now their best chance of atoning for that and getting themselves through to a Munster final against either Cork or Waterford. Again, a ferocious battle in midfield, picked up by Eddie Tucker, chasing after him. Forlornly there was Ollie Baker. It's Shelley again. Missed a goal chance because of a super save, but he's got a point. His second of the day. Is it to be Tipperary's afternoon in the sunshine of Cork? Flags in the air, hats in the air, as it's 18 points to 112, 18 points to 15. About 2 minutes and a little bit still to play. A Clare goal, however, or even a Clare score, would suddenly lift them again. Emma Flannery, they're all in after it. It comes out from the goalkeeper and the referee has whistled. It's not going to count anymore, lads. They can afford to calm down. It's going to be a free out. Barry Murphy there and Liam Sheedy, the player, on the ground. Barry Murphy saying to him, up you get, come on, there's only a few seconds left in this match. Well, there's going to be a little bit of attention required. Wow, every so often you need to draw breath in this 100 miles an hour game. But the champions are in difficulty, behind by 3 points. Just over a minute left. Surely it'll have to take a Clare goal now to rescue this match. All the way through it runs towards Brian Lohan. Anthony Daly, captain for the last 8 seasons, 8 wonderful years for Clare. Gilligan with a late chance, inside towards Clancy. Can he go by Heaney? It's Clancy, it's still Clancy, and he's pulled and dragged, and it's a penalty for Clare. This could be the moment when they save their crown and stay in the championship of 1999. Oh, what glory and tension we've seen. The tip backs exhorting those who'll be on the line to do their very, very best. It'll be goalkeeper Brendan Cummins. Sheedy is there as well, as George Friend has just come in. And who's going to take the penalty? Do you remember the Munster final a couple of years ago, 1995? Davy Fitzgerald has come all the way up the field. Fergal Heaney on the goal line, Brendan Cummins on the goal line, Liam Sheedy. We're in injury time. If this goes in, I think it's going to be a replay. David Fitzgerald aware of what he has to do. Bit of gamesmanship as they try to unsettle him. Conal Bonner being told back you go, and everybody else told outside the exclusion zone. This is the moment. Clare must get a goal here. David Fitzgerald has scored!
I always tell people afterwards I just hit it as hard as I could, but being honest, I put in a good lot of mental preparation into my games, and I had known if we got a penalty where I wanted to hit it.
In the 71st minute, how much time is left? It's all over. Tip thought they had done enough, but they couldn't prevent that penalty goal by David Fitzgerald. The teams were level 10 times in a wonderful contest, and David Fitzgerald has saved Clare's title.
Part 2, as I said, is to come. I think it's next Saturday, Nick, is it?
I don't know.
It's next week.
We thought we'd finish it today.
I know.
Look, Nan was tremendous to get you back up for a replay, there's no doubt about it. I'm not sure did we lose any replay over those years, and he was excellent at that, and he built us up for it again, and we were more determined the second day. And then again, it was hard for Tip, like other years, that they had played so well in the drawing game and hadn't got the result. And even going home from the drawing game, remember their demeanour going to the bus, we were so upbeat after getting the draw, and they were so downbeat because they felt they should have won it.
Sit out. Just enough on it to get it as far as Conor Gleeson. Ollie Baker trying to stop it. Tommy Dunn's there for Tipperary. Back it comes once again to Anthony Daly, the team captain, and that's over the ball. A great point by Daly from Clarecastle. Puck out's taken quickly. Down towards Liam Cahill. spills back here towards the man in the middle. Colin Lynch. Lynch driving it in there towards Barry Murphy. Murphy against Heaney, falls down to the fullback. Fresh air from the first time. Dispossessed here. Murphy trying to get in on goal. There's a chance for Clare. And across it comes, and it's a goal! Alan Markham. 7 minutes gone. And Tips defence ripped to pieces. And Markham gets the opening goal here at Torquay Queen. And it's 1-2 to a point. Back they come again. And that's high, and that's over the bar. And it's Markham once more. A goal and a point now by Alan Markham from Kilmaley in the space of half a minute. It's a great start for the Munster champions. Up towards Cahill. It's won by Frank Lohan, showing good pace. Shouldered by Conor Gleeson. Gets it out there towards Ollie Baker. Baker going for the score, and Baker has put it over the bar. Great point by Ollie Baker. Good combination play there, and the whole of that started by Frank Lohan getting the better of Liam Cahill. That's taken down there by Conor Gleeson. Getting it away here, but only as far as Colin Lynch. He was 65 metres out when he hit this one. He's put it over the bar. Great point. Both Clare midfielders have now scored. Conor Gleeson going backwards. Baker's there as well. David Kennedy takes it down. It's ending up as a shot that's got over the bar, and it's Enda Flannery who's got a point here. On the sideline, ball has been taken back up here towards Barry Foley once again, rounding Fergal Heaney with ease, and Barry Murphy with the shot, and Barry Murphy has put it over the bar. A second point for the man from Scariff. Well, last Sunday he was cutting in, he wasn't really making those chances, he wasn't linking up with other players, but today he's got 2 points so far, and he comes back here once again towards Enda Flannery. Back now to Ollie Baker. David Ford towards Gilligan. Barry Murphy robbed there by Fergal Heaney. Back by Gilligan once again. Comes out here towards Alan Markham. He'll be happy with a point, and Clare followers really enjoying themselves now as Alan Markham gets another point. A goal and 3 points for Markham, and that's now 4 points since half-time by Clare. Yeah, I think a lot of people were anticipating that, knowing the way these things work, he might have even started the match. Here's Paul Shelley. Tip me to boost now. Shelley goes to ground, edge of the large rectangle. And what is the referee going to do? He may well have been fouled just outside it. Brian Lohan's called across. Shelley shaping up there to Liam Doyle, and Brian Lohan has had a card issued to him, a yellow card, and a free from the 20-metre line. Shelley there pleading with the referee, but all in vain. Still a very good run through, but Dickie Murphy had a right good look at it. Declan Ryan coming in, hitting, and he scored! "19 minutes into the second half. I understand that Clare are about to make another change. It'll be Ronan O'Hara who'll come in. Played just once previously in the championship. That is the day when Clare lost their title to Limerick in '96. Looking like they're very much going to hold on to their title here, at least make it into the final, as Colin Lynch swings his hurley and he puts it over the bar. Colin Lynch has hit 4 shots on target, and he's scored each and every time. One of many wonderful players having a terrific afternoon in Torquay Queen, where Clare now lead by 121 to 111.
But it also was the dying kick of that team. You know, that's what it was. They were never going to be as good again. And I suppose afterwards we made a slight mistake, because our sense of fulfilment after it was too great. You know, there were no other obstacles now to be overcome, no other barriers to be knocked down. We went into the Munster final against Cork. Now, James had broken his hand in that game, which was a hugely significant thing, because he was, not alone was he a huge loss to Clare, but I think his form from then on was never going to be as good again. And he had broken his hand. Ollie Baker got injured in the Munster final. He had to come off just when he had turned the tide almost at his own against Cork. We were 1 point down with about 2 minutes to go. We got it 21 yards free, missed it, and there was only going to be one result after that.
By 1999, Clare had won the 3 Munster finals they had appeared in, 95, 97 and 98. Cork were appearing in their first final since 92.
And it comes to Colin Lynch. Usually the man who inspires this Clare team. Oh, Donald Cusack hesitated, and Ronan O'Hara has put it over the bar. And he might have got a goal there. And he will be well aware of that. Brian Lohan, arguably the fullback of the 90s. That's towards Barry Murphy. It runs on towards David Ford. Brian Corcoran's coming across. They step inside there. And it's still David Ford stumbling. And he still managed to get a shot in, and he's put it over the bar. A second point for David Ford, and they level once again. Clare 4, Cork 4. And that was all down to the really hard work and excellent balance here of David Ford as he skipped by Fergal Ryan and took his point. He really looked assured. He's a real tigerish corner forward or wing forward. They'll really have to get somebody to close Brian Corcoran because his influence is immense so far. Here's Joe Dean. Players running right and left of him. Brian Lohan still after him, and he beats Brian Lohan this time, but the presence of the big man, I think, just put Joe Dean off. Just 1 point so far in the match, that coming from a free. That I think was the first point of the match which Dean scored, but this latest opportunity wasn't easy, and credit there to Brian Lohan. Midway through the first half, Daly with Baker here. Brian Corcoran's chasing after him, but it's still Ollie Baker. This would be a fine score if he can make it, but he's just put it wide. Not a great deal in that, just 2 wides for Clare. Getty's looking across towards the sideline there, and let's hope there isn't any great cause for concern about that calf injury. This was all about Baker. Brian Corcoran went back, couldn't get quite close enough to him, but the chance was spurned. This time the referee has shown his concern about an injury to Brian Corcoran here, still in this reprise, just limping away from that action. He's still limping, Brian Corcoran. Donald Cusack, the man who replaced Ger Cunningham. Ger played 49 championship matches for Cork. That's a nice pick up by Timmy McCarthy. Again, he likes to run at it. There are players around him ready to relieve him of possession. And one of them here is Shawnee McGrath, replaced in the match against Waterford. He wants a good start, and that's a fine shot, and it's over the bar. Shawnee McGrath from Glen Rovers, his first point, and Cork go in front by 5 points to 4. Jimmy Barry there, looking on. That's Fergal McCormack. McGrath got back, and it's Dean! Where was Joe Dean as that ball came back in from Shawnee McGrath? It was a real speculative one. Little seemed on. Fergal McCormack walloped it, and this is where it ended up with Dean inside there, and they'll protest about that. Well, Shawnee McGrath did really well, and Dean was in there, but the ball was coming back towards him. So now a body blow to Clare. This is Fergal Ryan. McGrath. Well, how did he keep that ball in play? And I'm sure people are going to say, was the ball actually going wide at the time he played it over? Here's Ben O'Connor. Sean McMahon questioning the referee's call here, but this was the goal again. Now watch for Shawnee McGrath. Was he still in the field of play? And what about Dean's positioning? Lots of smiles there up on the town end where the Cork followers have been fortunate enough to get those priceless tickets to come here to the Munster final. The champions are being led. Mickey O'Connell with this latest free. And Mickey O'Connell has put it over the bar for his 5th point of the first half. 1-9 for Cork, 7 points for Clare, but the champions aren't champions for nothing. Well, let's go down for some more news now to Kieran Mullooly.
And it's more bad news for Clare. Ollie Baker's been down again, Ger. He looks but that left leg is looking very bad, and he may be leaving us at half time.
Oh, that would be a huge loss for Clare. Possibly Enda Flannery might go to midfield if that were to transpire as Alan Markham lobs it in here. They're all after it. And it comes out in the end to Mark Landers, who's taking up a lot of very deep positions, playing sometimes just in front of his own half backline, sometimes behind them. Here's McCormack, chasing after it was Sean McMahon. He loses it, beautifully tipped away. Comes to Shawnee McGrath, and McGrath, simple as you like, puts it over the bar. A second point for Shawnee McGrath, and Cork have had a very good first half, and they now have a 6-point lead. But the second half still to be played here, but there are some worrying signs for the champions. McMahon here was beaten for pace, but they managed to get it away in the end before Fergal McCormack had a shot. Cork have created 19 chances, Clare have created 13 chances, but the significance of it all is that Cork have 11 scores, Clare 7, and the Munster champions are going to have a lot to do to hold on to their title in Semple Stadium. So 110 to 7 points, the wind blowing across the field, not really favouring any team, and straight away it's Frank Lohan thundering downfield with this. They're chasing after him to Colin Lynch, not an easy ball to take. That's towards Danny Baker, or Danny Scanlon I should say. Danny Scanlon trying to get the better there of Wayne Sherlock with a very good first half. This is Niall Gilligan. Wanted to give Clare the best possible start to the second half, and he's done exactly that. It's a great point, real rallying score by Niall Gilligan. His second point of the match. Remember now he's on Brian Corcoran. He's had 2 shots at goal and he has converted both. That's a better start now for Ger Loughnane's team. 110 to 8 points. First of the provincial finals. Next Sunday, live on this station once again, it will be the Leinster final as Frank Lohan gets that one away. Out here to the man who's come in for the second half, Danny Scanlon. And Barry Murphy not enjoying much luck yet against John Brown. Gilligan fires it back there, and that is Ollie Baker, and that's a super start to the second half. Real encouraging stuff now from the Munster champions. They were behind by 6 points at the break, and now all of a sudden 2 attacks inside about a minute and a half, and they're now within 4 points of Cork. Well, as Cyril was saying, it may mean more to Cork to win this particular Munster Championship, but the champions are going to hold on to their title if they can at all. They will fight every inch of the way. Markham just running out of space over there, but it's going to be a Clare sideline ball. And Ollie Baker, about whom there was a concern just before the break, going over to take this one. Another player who went in at the break, by the way, and I was kind of wondering whether he might come out for the second half, was PJ O'Connell. They're holding him in reserve. Baker, could he possibly swing this one over the bar? 50 metres out. No, he's fluffed it rather badly. And Alan Markham with Mark Landers wondering was there a foul? There wasn't, and Ollie Baker takes it back, and Ollie puts it over the bar once again. 113. That's 16 points, so 16 to 40. A minute to go. Dean hits it well, and he's hit it over the bar. He's got a goal and 4 points, and Cork lead by 3. And now it's going to take a Clare goal, I think, here to deny Jimmy Barry Murphy's men. Clancy's got it. Knocking it forward here towards Colin Lynch. Clare need a goal. Stopped by Fergal Ryan. Picked up again here. Laid outside once more towards Colin Lynch. Inside. Scanlon was waiting for it, and Ryan's there once again. Tremendous work by defenders on both teams. Wonderful hurling. Gripping excitement. Cork with 34 scoring chances. Clare with 26. But Clare still have time. We're in injury time at this stage. Here's Colin Lynch. A goal is needed by Clare to save their crown. It's lobbed in towards Clancy. It's batted out. David Ford, who missed a free earlier on, which would have tied up the game. This is in towards Alan Markham. The backs group well. They try to keep their men out. Still there's a chance there, and it falls to Brian Corcoran, and Corcoran lifts the siege. Out it goes towards Mickey O'Connell, and it's up towards Ben O'Connor. Frank Lowe, the one who's nearest to him. The mentors down on the field, encouraging their players to give one last effort if they can. O'Connor can, and O'Connor has put it over the bar. Surely now, it's Cork's crown. This is Ben O'Connor. This is where he got his second point, and it was a beauty. Cork looked like taking back the Munster Cup for the first time. It's all over. Cork have taken back the Munster Cup for the first time since 1992. Dickie Murphy terminating a gripping encounter. The champions have lost their crown. They go into the All-Ireland Series at the quarter-final stage.
I don't think that Cork ever believed that they were ever going to win that game, and it kind of only came about at the last minute when we missed a last chance to equalise, more or less, with the game going into injury time, and Cork then just got their belief after that they were going to win the game, because it was evident that they never really fully believed in their own ability to win, and it was only that we slipped up really that they got on top.
You know, I think for me anyway, certainly that Munster final win over Clare was a huge occasion, because psychologically they'd hammered us a couple of times, and both physically and mentally we were finding it hard to break that barrier. I think once we got over that barrier of Clare, I mean, I think that it set them back also, but it put us up there on the pedestal for a couple of years, and we were back in business from then on.
I remember here one evening with John Redden, and he got a belt, right? Ferocious belt now, and the game was going on, it goes on, and about a minute later and there he was still down on the ground. And I said, Redden, what the fuck are you doing down there? He says, I'm looking for my teeth, he said. And he had lost the truth. Just like that.
Neighbours Galway were again the opposition in the quarter-final. In the replay, Clare emerged as winners.
Lynch who gets it. Trying to drop this one over the crossbar, he does so. Fine score by Colin Lynch, trying to rally his team right now as they receive wonderful support as always from the Clare followers. Only two between them. O'Connell is trying to stop him over there, succeeds but illegally so. And Cathal Moore taking his time, ready to take the free. Moore from Turlock Moore. That's a ball that's dropping in towards Joe Rabbit. They rise for it, and it's walloped into the back of the net, and it's Ollie Fahy who's got it. First goal of the match. 28 minutes gone. What a devastating finish that was by Ollie Fahy. He got the first point after 6 seconds, and this came from the free from Cathal Moore. They were all rising up for it. Rabbit was about. He went up first. It was missed by McMahon, but not by Fahy, and he wallops it in past Davy Fitzgerald. Joe Cooney almost picked the ball off the ground. It's come back here instead to Alan Markham, and Markham has driven it wide, and it's Clare's fourth wide in the first half where Galway have dominated. So far, Clare have made just 11 scoring chances against 19 for Galway. Damien Howe with the puck out. Ollie Baker coming to collect. Can he inspire them? Well, he's going for the point himself. The umpires have a right good look at it, and one of them waves the white flag. Ollie Baker, like Colin Lynch, getting in among the scorers. This is broken down again, collected by Fergus Flynn. Flynn trying to increase and succeeds in increasing the Galway lead with his second point of this first half. The referee still playing some moments of injury time. A mention of injuries, I noticed that Joe Rabbit was on his knees momentarily, still feeling his back or side. The final whistle of a first half. Michael Healy dropping it out to midfield. This is Alan Kearns, had such a good first half. And Alan Kearns has got another point. It's a great performance. Nobody able to tie him down, and in particular his marker Liam Doyle struggling as it's 110 to 9 points. Clancy playing the ball outside. Coming on for it there was Colin Lynch rounding Cathal Moore. Clare fired up, and that ball has gone over the bar. Colin Lynch with a second point. Just when they look in trouble, they come storming back. Lynch giving leadership, and Lynch making it 111 to 10 points. And we've got some sideline news from Kieran Muldooney.
Not just any news, Ger, it's dramatic news. Jamesy O'Connor is warming up, and it looks like he's going to come into the game very shortly.
Yes, Jamesy is making his way out of the dugout. It's crisis time, I think the management feel. Their best forward by a country mile, ready to come in. But of course, coming back from injury as Ollie Fahy hits this one, and that has gone over the bar. Again, Clare protests with the umpire, but that's a goal and 2 points now for Ollie Fahy. So this game is beautifully set up now, with lots and lots of time remaining. And this is now the moment that Clare fans have looked for. Injured in the Munster final replay against Tipperary, cracked an arm, had a plate inserted. Nobody expected him to come back this early, but he's back as a replacement for David Ford. Well, Clare have been in some tight situations since they emerged as All-Ireland champions. Before that, Munster champions on that wonderful dramatic day for Clare Hurling down in Thurles in 1995. But this is a very sticky situation in which they find themselves. Time running out. Frank Lohan, here's another goal! Again, it's Ollie Fahy. The 50th minute of the match, and Fahy is now the scorer of 2 goals and 2 points. If Clare come back from this, they are some team. They trail by 213 to 10 points. Kevin Broderick can't take it up, instead it's Daly playing it in here towards Niall Gilligan. Gilligan with a shot, stopped in there, Stephen McNamara, he's done it before in championship matches, he's done it again, just about a minute after Ollie Fahy's second goal. Well, it's turning out to be some match. Well, this was that beautiful cut in by Joe Cooney, and when it was fumbled by Frank Lohan, Fahy was on hand. It was something of a fortunate break, but at the other end, Niall Gilligan dropped the ball in, and following in after it, doing what a good predator should do, was McMahon. Colin Lynch trying to get it away. It's stopped here instead by Kevin Broderick. Broderick's pass is short, snapped up here by Liam Doyle. Hardiman going backwards. Marr put under pressure. Clancy trying to prod it forward. That was Ollie Baker falling. This is Cathal Moore looking for a big, big one. Great catch by Davy Fitzgerald. Great clearance. Back down into the heart of the Galway defence. It's caught there by Clancy. He's got assistance. There's support. And now there's a chance. And it's another goal. And it's Niall Gilligan. The rate of recovery continues. Clare are still there in the hunt for victory. 55 minutes gone in the match. It was played beautifully forward here, and Niall Gilligan drilled it into the back of the empty net. Once more it's Frank Lohan emerging with it here, taking it away from the attentions of Ollie Canning. Down towards Jamesy O'Connor. O'Connor going forward, trying to ease into the Galway lead, held on to well there. Here's another chance, the hand pass across, and it's gone off the post and it's come back. How did it stay out? Amazing. And Damien Howe comes out with it, and it's a free out to Galway. And this was a marvellous run forward here, and involved Niall Gilligan, but that came back off the post and back down to safety. Stephen McNamara was on hand just in case. So too Gilligan. It's a free to Galway. Damien Howe in no particular hurry. About 12 minutes to play. Again, it's Galway trying to set up a scoring opportunity, but it's snatched away by Anthony Daly, the marvellous captain of this Clare team. Great catch by Liam Hodgins. Heroes all over the field. Galway may have had the better of the first half, but there were only 4 points between them at the break. And now the lead down to just 3. Colin Lynch sending it inside once more. Conor Clancy with the hand pass outside towards Gilligan. Now can Clare make this chance here pay in the shape of another score? A point perhaps, or a goal! The equaliser! Alan Markham! What an amazing comeback! They were trailing by 9 points. They were looking like they were out of the championship and had no hope. But now look at the scoreline. Not a finish to be missed. This was wonderful skill here. Set up beautifully. And just when it looked like a point for the taking, in stepped once again the man with that goal chance. Level for the first time. That goal by Alan Markham. 58 minutes were gone at that stage. This time it's taken down beautifully by Nigel Shaughnessy. Sent inside there again towards Anthony Daly. Galway looked like they had it won. And here comes Jamesy O'Connor, who's inspiring them. Outside, once again to Colin Lynch, trying to drag it forward. Chased there by the other number 9, Fergus Flynn. Still Lynch. A controversial figure last year, playing his part in this wonderful quarter-final. There may be those who question the backdoor system. But we've had a great game here, and Ollie Baker can put Clare in front. Unbelievable! Clare in front for the first time in this match. Baker with 2 points. What will Galway's response be? Joe Cooney picking out Kevin Broderick. Perhaps he needs to play further up the field to set up scoring chances and to maybe take them at the other end. That's Brian Quinn trying to tap the ball back, almost getting in a muddle with Sean McMahon. Instead it's Daly who takes it out there, the little rock of Clares. Once more it's a beautiful hand pass for Ollie Canning, looking for the equaliser. It's over. His first point. Does either team deserve to lose this? But that's the situation. 3:13 to 2:16. Tony Considine in to offer a fresh pair of boots. Play continues. Liam Hodgins under pressure. Or rather, not Liam Hodgins, it's Alan Kearns applying the pressure. And it turns this shot into a scoring opportunity, and he puts it over the bar. He's got 5 points. A memorable contribution by the left half forward of Galway. They have a 1-point advantage. Pat Fitzgerald in the background, the Clare County Secretary, with a worried look in his face. The players have given every solitary ounce of energy that they possess in the interest of this wonderful game of hurling. That's added to there by Colin Lynch, who will respond quickly. Galway get it forward towards Joe Rabbit. Rabbit has assistance outside him if he needs it. Nigel Shaughnessy was available, but it's PG O'Connell who battles. Daly gets it forward. It's stopped here by Ollie Canning, and Canning is fouled by Frank Lohan, and it's a free for Galway. Rory Gantley has come out to take the free. He's midway, as you can see, between the two 65s. He's got 3 from 3 so far. Pops it up, wind assisted, and beautifully directed. His 4th point. He tries to get the crowd, I think, to get right behind this Galway effort for the remaining minutes of the match. And Galway have a 2-point lead. Is there now a Clare response once again? Fergus Flynn, recovered from injury, has hit it straight at Daly. Clare, who really had to work hard to get back and ease into the 9-point advantage. Has that sapped their energy? Have they something left? Alan Markham would like to think so. Kicking, stopped on the goal line, and it's gone for a 65. Ooh, a dramatic finish to the game, no doubt about that. Peter Gilbin having some word with some of his defenders to make sure that they remain on their toes. This was hit in by Conor Clancy, and once again it was Alan Markham who was raiding, this time using his boot. Sean McMahon looking for another. 5 so far. He strikes it well. He strikes it accurately. And once again there's only a point separating these two marvellous teams. 24 to 23. Well, now who's your money on? Damien Howe with the puck out. Possession the key here now. Sean McMahon rises, but Rabbit rises higher still. Plays it outside to Ollie Canning. This may wrap it. He's hit it off the post. It comes back to Rory Gantley. And Gantley hits it wide. Oh, well, you have to pity poor Ollie Canning here. He could have made a huge name for himself there. He was anxious to track it as hard as he could, and it came off the upright, or rather the crossbar. So just a point in it. And it's won back by Paul Hardyman of Galway. Conor Clancy trying to take possession. Ball is handled in the ground, I think, and it's going to be a free for Clare. And they bring Sean McMahon up to take it. McMahon has hit 6 points so far from 6 frees. And he's got this opportunity now to level the match. The angle makes it a more difficult free, however. McMahon is a master. Level once more for the second time in the game. Two sides hurling well. Fergus Flynn. It's 1-on-1 in front of goal. And Fahy goes down, or rather, yes, Sally Fahy, the one who went down, and Davy Fitzgerald takes it away. Good clearance under pressure by the goalkeeper, but it'll be back in the face of the Clare backs once again. Davy's gone down injured, and it's going to be a free to Clare from where the ball lands. Fouled late as he was making his clearance. McMahon looking to squeeze this one inside the right-hand post. It's batted out by Damien Howe. Still level then. Markham trying to get it back in. Gilligan's in after it. Howe knocks it out somehow as far as Liam Hodgins. Well, it'll be very much at the discretion of the referee as to how much time he's going to add on. Ollie Canning might have won the match, and he's gone down injured. And the referee has not awarded a free. Instead, I think he is saying that is the end of the contest. And two sides who battled for 70 minutes, gave it everything they possess, will have to meet all over again.
When you get a second chance, you know, particularly if you don't play well the first day, I think the psychological advantage is with the team who doesn't play well the first day, if they're still in it. And that match, certainly, it was with us, and you know, things went well for us the second day.
You know, I think the Secretary of the County Board is absolutely vital to have any kind of to eliminate any of the dissension that arises in many counties. And we had a terrific sponsor in Pat O'Donnell, and the whole thing, there was a family atmosphere about the whole thing, and everybody bought into this sense of purpose. The purpose was to make Clare successful and to win an All-Ireland for Clare. Everybody bought into that, and if any little difficulties came up, they were discussed, and a firm decision and a fast decision was made, and the problem was eliminated, so that nothing got in the way of what was the most important thing of all. That was the team performing on the field. And of course that was one of the really real secrets in Clare being successful for such a long period, not just in '95, but for such a long period afterwards as well.
Davy Fitzgerald's puck out. Again, he gets tremendous length into it to Conor Clancy. Stopped there momentarily. On to Niall Gilligan. Possibilities for Clare. Going by Vinnie Marr. And a goal! Niall Gilligan after 12 minutes. What a start for the Bannermen. They do so well in replays, and this time it was Gilligan go by Vinnie Marr, the Loughrea man, powerless to stop. The wonderful man from 6 Mile Bridge. So now it really is putting up to Galway here. Here's Brian Lohan, thundering away from the full-back position. Good work there, Brian Feeney there with the right thigh, very heavily and noticeably strapped. Gilligan has it again. He's flying. It's a great spell for Clare. They may have got out of jail the first day, but the signs are already a little bit ominous.
Here's Frank Lohan. He's a very good cornerback. Much underestimated, I think. And Brian Feeney says to the goalkeeper, come on, you're coming for it. Mickey Crimmins making the clearance, but only as far as Alan Markham out of the half-forward line, and Markham drives this one in! And that's touched over the bar. Point is good. And it was Stephen McNamara who was going into it. And the point credited to the Éire Óg man from Ennis. His first of the day. And the full forward line again looks exactly as it was at the beginning of the match, with McNamara, Gilligan and O'Connor. So now the pressure early on here on the Clare half-back line, and that's out as far as Brian Lohan. Inside towards Jamesy O'Connor, whipped on beautifully along the ground by Gilligan. Here's Vinnie Marr, shoulder there. Markham, here's a chance. O'Connell, oh, it's a great goal! PJ O'Connell! Half a minute gone in the second half. It's 2-7 to 8 points. Well, Galway were all over the place, and O'Connell finished brilliantly. There was an opportunity surely for Galway to have cleared this ball away, but when it came back to O'Connell, he drilled it in past the goalkeeper. Cooney breaks it down. Baker was anticipating. It's back in there once again towards McNamara, comes out towards Niall Gilligan, trying to round Brian Feeney, swinging around this way and that, and a fine point by Niall Gilligan. That's a goal and 2 points now for the Bridgeman. So they go point for point, but the goals very significantly in Clare's favour. Alan Kearns. Well, this is a day when really they simply have to get all these young players more into the match. They'll be expecting to have a good spell yet in the second half if they don't fall too far adrift. Cathal Moore swinging at that one, but he missed it. Comes out to Colin Lynch once again. Lynch, high, and over the bar. Great point by Colin Lynch. Colin now places Hurling with Lissy Casey. And he's made it a 2-goal difference. Daly taking the free, dropping it right in there towards Gilligan. Clancy's there as well, and looking for the shot, and he puts it over the bar. Conor Clancy, his first point of the match. This ball is picked up here by Ollie Canning. Back towards Alan Kearns. Inside, there's a chance, a goal! Clunan! Minutes into the second half, and Eugene Clunan might be turning this match about for Galway. It was a lovely ball in here, driven beautifully by Kearns and flicked into the net beyond Davy Fitzgerald. A fine goal by Clunan. Beautifully down, good running by Gilligan. Getting away from 2 Galway players, blocked down by Feeney. He gets the second chance to go by Hodgins. Another challenge coming in, and in the end it's a great shot, and it's a great goal! A third goal for Clare, a second for Niall Gilligan. In the 17th minute of the second half, he makes it 3-11 to 110. A lead of 7 points once again for the Banner men.
The first conclusion I came to was that in any emerging team, or any team that's developing, there comes a time when you have to make the breakthrough. And a defining day comes when, if you don't make the breakthrough, the team is going to disintegrate. And that happened in 1978 with Clare. When Clare didn't make the breakthrough in 1978, the show was over. Nobody said it, but most players knew it. I knew it myself coming off Thurles that day, that the show was over. We'd never be as good as that again, and not being as good as that again, we wouldn't win again. Now, we did get to other Munster finals in 81 and 86, when we weren't as good as we were in 78, and even in those we had great chances of winning. But the old failing, the lack of confidence, the lack of playing at pace, all came back to haunt us, and we were beaten.
Well, here is the big man himself, full back in last year's All-Ireland final. Disappointment that day for Kilkenny. It's his 25th championship match, and a huge one from O'Neill, dropping it right in there towards John Paul. Runs on, Kenny! A goal in the very first minute. What a start! Ken O'Shea, a dream start for Kilkenny, and that after about 40 seconds play. Well, straight from that huge free from Pat O'Neill, which wasn't dealt with properly by the Clare backs. That's one-handed forward there. Pat O'Neill once again, missed by Ollie Baker. Sting taken out of it, enough for Andy Comerford to come onto it. And Undy, off his left-hand side, has struck it magnificently between the posts and over the bar. So far, it's all Kilkenny. Now, just looking at the little flags along the sideline, the breeze is very definitely behind Kilkenny for the opening 35 minutes. Clancy missed it, and down they go. Willie O'Connor is there. David Ford, the last man to pick himself off the ground. Winnie Barrett signalling that it's going to be a free in for the Bannermen, and they bring James O'Connor across to take it. That's in, that's over the bar. First point for Clare then from their free taker, from Jamesy O'Connor. Kick forward by Alan Markham. David Ford slapping on it here, going by Willie O'Connor. Ford's pace stopped by Canis Brennan. Comes back towards Alan Markham again. Brennan just got in the way that time. Willie O'Connor trying to nurse it away from danger. Philly Larkin coming in as well. And it's with O'Connor. He's fouled and it's a free downfield. This was it again, the block here. Canis Brennan just doing enough, in fact getting the stick to it. Very good play by Brennan. Colin Lynch, good play, back towards Daly, up towards Gilligan. Good ball from Niall Gilligan, right in front of him here, give him a chance. Needs to lay it off quickly. And he goes for the shot himself and puts it over the bar. His first point of the afternoon. But it was the quality of the ball played into him there, just in front, that gave him the chance to beat the fullback and put just a point between the teams. Brian Lowe trying to get that ball away. Now he's got a chance to get it away from Henry Shacklin. Great clearance. A real rallying force for the Claremen. Great ball again, good positional sense by Gilligan. He's going by. Still Niall Gilligan. Great stop by James McGarry. Flicked away by Willie O'Connor. Really exciting passage of play. But Clare had the chance of a goal and certainly a point. Here's David Ford. Second time of asking. He kicks it over the bar. David Ford's first point. And the sides are level here. Well, after that wonderful start by Kilkenny, this was now Clare exerting the pressure. Gilligan with a wonderful shot. McGarry equal to it. Now, here's Jamesy O'Connor. Lovely turn by Jamesy. Does it get inside? It does. It's his third point of the match. The first two were from frees. This one now from play. And the Clare fans have watched their team make a 100% recovery. They've done more than that. They've got into the lead. So Jamesy, as ever, the man you can depend upon in a mini crisis. But it's early stages yet. Baker coming back. Well, that goal, paradoxically, has stung Clare into action. And now it's Conor Clancy trying to set up a chance. Baker still forward, fed back here once again towards Alan Markham. Almost like target practice for Markham. And I think Brian Cody will be anxious to see that the players marking players such as David Ford and Alan Markham are a lot tighter because Philly Larkin allowed Markham get enough ahead of him there, and the chance converted. James McGarry, who by the way is a cousin of DJ Carey and also a cousin of Martin Carey, who is the sub-goalkeeper. Tradition, I suppose, continuing in Kilkenny, because of course Ollie Welch was a cousin of Noel Skean. As we see that ball dropped in there beautifully, and it's put over the bar by Brian McAvoy. McAvoy from James Stevens, his first point of the day, and now it's 6 points to 1-2. PG O'Connell raiding, trying to go by Andy Comerford. Quick look at the target, fancies his chances here, and why not? A burst for O'Connell from the O'Callaghan's Mills Club. Clare now trying to win their own puck out here, and they do so. Barry Murphy pushed by Canis Brennan inside here. Colin Lynch had moved forward. Here's a chance for McNamara. It's swept in as a goal! Stephen McNamara, he's made a habit of getting goals in critical moments, in crisis situations. He's done so again. 17 minutes into the second half. Now look at the scoreline. Just a point in it. McNamara once again, but Lynch was involved. A balancing act by the number 13 to beat McGarry. It is Spurn, the man about to take the sideline ball. I think both managers are probably living on their nerves right now. So are all the fans. Place in the final against Cork at stake. Beautifully in, and DJ Carey's in the clear. Oh, it's a great goal! Only DJ could do that. 20 minutes into the second half.
You know, and that's the way it is. That's where you have to take it. Kilkenny scored a goal in the very first minute of the game, and our ball that dribbles over the line. We get 3 open chances of goals in the first half, and we miss all 3. 2 of them that were 1-on-1 with the goalie, and missed all 3. And Kilkenny get a line ball, and I could see Lohan, Henry Shefflin is outside him, and the ball comes in high, and Brian Lohan comes to get it. Man and all, he's going to drive everything out before him, misses the ball, and who is there? Only DJ Carey. And when DJ gets the full back missing, he doesn't make a mistake. He buried it. And from then on, Kilkenny, that was the goal that sealed that game. It was a brilliant goal tonight. The way DJ took the goal was typical DJ Carey. A moment of magic, and we could never come back again. I think we were beaten by 4 points in the end, and really we all knew in Croke Park. I remember sitting in the dressing room afterwards, looking around at the walls, and I said, I will not be back here in this dressing room as a manager of Clare again. I knew the show was over, but what a show it was.
The 90s were certainly the glory years for Clare Hurling. 3 Munster titles ending a 63-year gap, 2 All-Irelands after a barren 81 years, and losing just 4 championship games out of 22 in a 5-year period. The county has obliterated all the curses and confidence crisis that dogged it for so long. As Clare Hurling finds its feet again in the 21st century, it is certain that the success of the 1990s will have cause to raise the banner roar. Already having reached an All-Ireland final this century, it surely won't be long before the McCarthy Cup is decked in blue and saffron once again.